Vortex manages to catch Catalyst right as he was moving up the ramp for a quick opener. Catalyst historically dominates this pairing with a 63% win rate over their long history. But the early momentum here suggests a very different story. We have to wonder if Vortex can keep this pace up and overcome those historical odds. Catalyst is on a roll now, shaking off that early deficit to tie this up. It's a tight battle between the number 3 and 4 seeds. He's completely taken control of this match, keeping that hot streak alive. He's looking very comfortable for the slight favorite right now. A complete shutdown, securing a 4th straight for Catalyst. It's the absolute top tier of the ladder clashing right now. The momentum has completely shifted as he tears through another round. He's showing that top 4 ranking with some really precise play. He's refusing to back down, putting up another wall for the opposition. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot more confidence than usual today. He is refusing to fade away, keeping the pressure on to close this gap. His performance is mirrored by a strong 13-10 win over Zenith. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us level at 5-all. Things are completely wide open now heading into the back half. A quick response here to put him back in front before the break. He is really playing like a top 3 seed today. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the second half. Well, Vortex is proving to be a huge problem for the favorite today. He's playing with way more grit than we've seen in their previous head-to-heads. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst just wipes him right off that ramp to reclaim the lead. He's showing why he currently holds that top spot on the ladder. Vortex had a strong 13-11 victory over Ignis recently, but he's struggling to find that same energy in this series. The current score is really starting to favor the higher seed. Catalyst is definitely finding his footing now. He's completely neutralized the lead and found his way back to a dead heat. Vortex is refusing to give an inch of ground right now. Catalyst edges ahead with a narrow 9-8 lead. He really has the upper hand in their all-time series. Catalyst pushes further ahead, now leading 10-8. He's definitely the one who looks more comfortable right now. What a fight! He barely scraps through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. A huge breath of life for the underdog here. His heart must be racing after that close call. He's really tightening his grip on this game and looks poised to close this out. A dominant historical run of 643 wins for the favorite. A sharp response from him to close that gap even further. That was a blistering fast exchange to get back in this. A brutal exchange where he barely walks away with his life, putting him just 1 round from victory. Pure nerves from both of them during that final peak. What a resilient push from Vortex to take him off the ramp. The momentum is shifting back and forth in this nail-biter. A critical moment to keep his hopes alive in this clash. Absolutely incredible. He finds the equalizer in a grueling exchange, forcing us into overtime. Everything's reset. We're starting from scratch in the extra frames. He is simply on fire right now, taking a commanding lead in this overtime stretch. The underdog is making a huge statement in these closing frames. Another swift victory for the underdog, simply shutting down the ramp and extending the lead. goodness, he barely survived that one. An absolutely breathless fight as he holds on to his 5 rounds. Just out of reach for the favorite as he keeps his cool. Absolute madness. Vortex closes the door with this one and secures the series. He really dug deep to take this one, shaking off those long-term ghosts and proving he can climb the mountain. Truly impressive, showing what a fight. Phantom heads into this with a 67% win rate on the map, which is a huge gap compared to the struggles Catalyst has had here. Well, it makes the opening round a bit surprising, considering Phantom is currently the top-rated player on our ladder. He'll want to find his footing quickly. He's just on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight point. Definitely a rough start for the #1 seed. He shows some real grit here, securing a clean win from the ramp to get back into things. It's a necessary response for the guy coming in as the favorite. Catalyst is just dominating this set, leading 4-1. A tough spot for the man sitting at the top of the ladder. Catalyst is really capitalizing on that high ground, putting immense pressure on Phantom right now. That was an absolute blink, and you miss it encounter as he continues his steer through this map. Catalyst simply isn't letting up, picking him right off the ramp for another huge point. Unbelievable speed from Catalyst, just completely shutting down any hope of a comeback here. Phantom just managed to keep his composure and secure another point. Both players were fighting for the same ground on that ramp, but Catalyst was simply the first to react. This is a stark contrast to their last meeting where Phantom took it 13-9. We've got a 9-3 lead for Catalyst heading into the switch. Honestly, the favorite is putting on a clinic and playing exactly as we expected him to. He's just outclassing the top seed right now. Let's see if Phantom wakes up. Catalyst is just too fast today, cleaning him out of that ramp position with ease. The matchup history is nearly dead, even across 1,000 games. Phantom has a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches, showing he's entered this tournament in top form. And we're seeing that confidence return now as he claws back a few rounds. I wonder if Catalyst can stop the slide before things get too close. Catalyst is just putting up a wall right now, denying Phantom any chance to string together a real run. A tough way to respond after that loss to Vortex. What a play! He secures that point from the ramp, and now just one more to seal the victory. Game over. Catalyst finishes strong to shut the door on this series. He just completely dismantled the world #1 today. That's an unbelievable way to open this. Vortex gets the jump on Catalyst and clears him right off the Tetris to start things off. Unbelievable. Catalyst just barely survives that encounter to clear the box and level things up. He's definitely got the historical advantage in this rivalry. Vortex is certainly fighting against the grain here, especially with Catalyst holding a 63% victory rate across their career. Well, the lower rated player is trying to prove his recent victory on Mapas wasn't just a fluke. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull that off again today. Vortex is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's fighting to maintain a lead that's slipping away. Vortex is moving fast now, and that last duel was almost instantaneous. He's putting his top 4 ranking on full display. Catalyst earns a nice piece of ground there, holding that ramp to tie things up. A strong response from the higher rated player on the ladder. Deadlock at 4 apiece. Catalyst has clawed back. The top seed is starting to exert his control. He's completely taken over the server, putting together a 3-round surge to grab the lead. He's really making his high seed feel a lot more imposing. He just wipes him right off the ramp, extending that string to 4 straight. He's proving that his target's previous victory on Mapas was a rarity. Vortex answers back with a clean shot to pull closer before we head into the break. A key round to have in the pocket before switching sides. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst. The favorite is playing exactly how we'd expect he would on red line. He's comfortably in the driver's seat as the players swap sides. Time to see if Vortex adjusts. Catalyst keeps a narrow 1-round cushion at 7-6. The gap in their career win rates is definitely narrowing as we move deeper into this. What a scramble. Catalyst manages to limp away from that fight after dragging his opponent off the ramp. That was a razor-thin margin to keep his lead. Vortex just completely shut that down, denying Catalyst any leverage from the ramp. The number 4 seed in the league is refusing to back down. Catalyst had the better read there, pushing right up onto the ramp to reclaim his advantage. The higher rated competitor is definitely finding his stride here. Vortex secures the exchange while holding the ramp, and now we've got a real nail-biter on our hands. Their head-to-head record usually looks much different than this. Vortex is on a roll right now, completely denying Catalyst any room to breathe on that ramp. Both these players are absolutely glued together now. Catalyst holds a slim 10-9 edge. His dominance on this specific layout usually translates into results like these. Vortex has finally forced a complete stalemate at 10 apiece. It's a complete toss-up now, despite the usual expectations. Vortex is showing a lot of resilience here, putting the pressure squarely back on the favorite. The pressure is mounting for the 3rd ranked player in the league. Vortex is simply unstoppable right now, moving to a 12-10 lead and putting his opponent in a desperate spot. And there it is. Vortex closes out the map with a clean finish, securing the victory. He's completely flipped the script on this rivalry today, taking down the top seed in a grueling battle. What a fight! Phantom carries the historical lead with over 500 wins in their total rivalry. But that head-to-head edge hasn't meant much lately, given how Catalyst has been shutting him down. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can finally turn the tide. He is just too quick right now, picking up a third straight point. Absolute perfection from the challenger, who hasn't let a single round slip. The top 4 seeds are really putting on a show tonight. A sudden response from Phantom to halt that momentum. He's usually the slight favorite in these clashes. He's putting up a real fight, digging in to claw back another one. He's completely flipped the script, now taking 3 straight to close the gap. He's really proving he can handle the pressure today. Good heavens, what a scrap. He barely walked away from that one with a sliver of health left. He's certainly not playing like the 4th ranked guy tonight. That was a grueling trade, but Phantom managed to survive the chaos to keep the rally going. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence now. An effortless finish there, and he's now hammered the score back to a dead heat. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. He's completely in control of this encounter, claiming another point to seize the lead. The momentum shift is palpable for the higher seed. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, the high expectations for Catalyst haven't really materialized yet. Phantom is leaning on his 62% map win rate to keep this completely wide open heading into the second half. Fresh start for both. He's showing incredible grit, taking another point to extend his narrow lead. He's really capitalizing on his position as the higher ranked seed. He's refusing to buckle, continuing this surge with a completely untouchable shot. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, taking a thin lead. He's really fighting back after that heavy loss on fast aim. He's showing some serious backbone, continuing to climb back toward the winner's circle. Hard to imagine the analysts seeing him as the underdog right now. Another incredibly fast response, and he's now just 3 rounds shy of the finish line. Tough spot for a player who entered as the favorite. A patient encounter that ended in an effortless kill for the challenger. The pressure is definitely building for the higher ranked seed. He's putting up a relentless fight, cutting the lead down to a single round. He's finding a way to stay competitive despite the ladder gap. He's simply too strong right now, erasing the lead entirely with that clean sweep. He's really stepping up to meet the pressure of the top seed. He is simply on another level right now, putting together a 4-game run to take a narrow lead. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this map and now stands 1 round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. What a finish! He closes out the set in style to take home the victory. He managed to hold the line when it counted, overcoming the world #1 in a real battle. He really earned this one. What a fight. Phantom has a 70% win rate on this map. It's a huge advantage compared to what Vortex brings to the table. Now we just have to see if that history translates into an actual lead today. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a 2-round lead. Quite the contrast from the head-to-head history. Phantom needs a quick response to close that 2-1 gap. The top-rated player in the league is showing his teeth. Vortex had the upper hand early, but the tide has completely shifted back to Phantom. The ladder's top seat is starting to look a lot more comfortable. He is simply untouchable right now, putting up a perfect sequence to take the lead. He's really leaning into that #1 seed status. Total shutdown. He just won't let Vortex get back into the game. Exactly the kind of result you'd expect from the top player on the ladder. Vortex puts a stop to that run, keeping the gap narrow. A high-pressure battle between the top 2 players on the ladder. Phantom has won over 60% of their head-to-head meetings over the years. Well, we're seeing that historical dominance translate into a very real lead here. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can actually find a way to break that trend. Phantom is really pulling away, sitting pretty at 6-4. He's clearly feeling the weight of a tough day overall. The momentum is swinging back and forth rapidly, and we're practically tied as we head toward the midway point. A lightning quick trade of momentum here. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead. I mean, the betting community really expected Vortex to run away with this one. It looks like a major stumble for the favorite if we keep this pace. Time to see how Vortex reacts. Unreal, both of them were practically dead on their feet, but he just barely manages to scramble out on top. A nail-biting exchange of rounds as we move deeper into the set. Goodness, both of them were nearly out of health, but he managed to push him off the ramp. Phantom is just cruising now with a 3-round cushion. He's really asserting that top seed position right now. What a chaotic exchange, but he manages to claw through the damage to stay on top. Looking like the absolute peak of the server right now. He manages to secure a clean win, getting the round for himself. Coming off a tough match against Catalyst earlier, the pressure's definitely on him now. He keeps the pressure on with another victory, showing some serious grit to stay in this fight. The underdog is truly starting to put up a fight. Phantom is really making it difficult for Vortex to mount a meaningful comeback here. A really high stakes duel between these two. That's another one for Phantom, and he's now just one step from victory. His level of consistency is just outclassing the field today. Total shutdown to wrap this up. Phantom takes the victory with an effortless final shot. Vortex really put up a valiant effort, but just couldn't find the answer for that speed today. Unbelievable. Catalyst hangs on by a thread after a wild scrap to take the early lead from the box. Catalyst is dominating the all-time head-to-head with over 600 wins in their shared history. But the recent shift in form is undeniable. Look, it's a completely different story this week, especially since Vortex just walked away with their last direct encounter. I'm curious if Catalyst can actually reclaim the territory here. Catalyst is just cruising right now, leading 3-1. The number 3 seed is playing right to his expected level. Total shutout this time, and he's just refusing to let up. He's certainly making the most of his ladder advantage today. A picture-perfect shot, and he's showing some serious grit by clawing back here. Still has plenty of ground to make up against the favorite. Catalyst is putting a stranglehold on this, leading 5-2. He is making a very convincing case for that favorite tag. Vortex usually finds more success on this particular layout, and honestly, it's a strange contrast to what we're seeing right now. He has the historical advantage here, but that hasn't translated into any real resistance in this map. It'll be interesting to see if he can find a way to snap this slide. What a scramble! Vortex barely survives that exchange to claw back another point. He's really fighting to keep his head high here. Vortex just shuts him down from the ground, taking him right off that box. Looking like another tough outing for the higher seeded player. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, the favorite is just performing exactly how we thought he would. Let's see if Vortex can use that map advantage to claw back from this deficit. Time for a fresh start. Catalyst keeps the pressure high, sitting comfortably at 8-5. A tight battle between two of our absolute top-rated players. Catalyst is firmly in control at 9-5. The top 3 seed is really flexing his muzzle today. That was incredibly fast. Catalyst is just out reacting him right now. The sheer speed of those reactions is frightening. He secures the advantage from the box, completely stopping that brief rally in his tracks. The higher ranking on the ladder is really showing through. He finds a clean open and closes the gap to 5 rounds down. A quick glimpse of that 13-10 win he grabbed recently. He quickly shuts the door on any hope for a comeback, putting the game on his line. Vortex secures a clean look from the box to keep this series alive. He's proving he can still trade blows in this high-pressure spot. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he barely survives a brutal fight to take the lead back to 8-12. He's really making his opponent sweat for every single point. Another effortless round for Vortex, and the momentum is shifting completely in his favor. What a finish! Catalyst secures the final point with a clean shot to close it all out. Vortex really pushed him to the limit in those closing stages, showing some grit with those low health clutches. What a fight. Phantom currently leads the lifetime head-to-head battles with 512 wins. But Catalyst has really been the one controlling the rhythm in their most recent clashes. It'll be interesting to see if Phantom can shut down that momentum. He just completely took over from the Tetris, making it a perfect start to the map. He's making a strong statement as the top seed today. Just absolute carnage as he sweeps through the opening games. He's definitely capitalizing on his rank 1 status right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, but he still manages to clear him off the ramp. A total reversal of what we saw in their previous meeting. Both players traded heavy damage in a messy exchange, but Catalyst finally secured the kill. Still fighting that an uphill battle given the early deficit. What a scramble. He manages to dig himself out of that deep hole to close it out. The number 3 seed is looking scary right now. He's completely shut down that early lead with a perfectly clean finish to secure his 3rd straight. Phantom puts a stop to that run, picking him off the Tetris. Both players are having an incredibly consistent day on the servers. Catalyst manages to put up another fight from the ramp to keep the pressure on. He's really digging in and making this a tight contest. Phantom is really starting to stretch this lead out as we approach the midway mark. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did in their previous set. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, we expected Catalyst to steamroll this series, but the underdog is currently playing the better game. Now we see if the favorite can flip the script on the other side. Time to see who blinks first. Good heavens. He almost let that one slip, but he claws out the win in a frantic exchange. That's a massive shift from how their last meeting went. Phantom has an impressive 63% win rate on this specific map, and he's using that confidence to really push his advantage right now. It's a nice contrast to how Catalyst has usually owned this side of the ledger. I wonder if we're seeing a genuine shift in who controls this map. Phantom's just cruising now, holding a commanding 4-round cushion. He's really starting to play the role of the favorite here. That was lightning fast. Phantom is just completely outclassing him in these quick skirmishes. Catalyst keeps the pressure up, pulling him right off that box to bring the game a bit closer. He's really heating up, managing to outplay Phantom right off the Tetris to keep this series alive. Incredible. He nearly loses it, but barely survives that scrap to knock the leader off the boost. The pressure is mounting as the gap narrows to just 2 rounds. He's on fire, securing the 4th straight from that boost to close the gap to 1. A huge mental reset after that early dominant stretch. Absolutely wild! He barely escapes that firefight with his life to move within a single round of victory. What a high-stakes answer from him to shut that door. He shows some real grit there, winning a long battle from the boost to keep himself in this. That's a huge stop to keep the pressure high. What a statement! He shuts that door completely, forcing this whole affair into overtime. The top seed is fighting for his life in this one. Phantom just pulls that off from the ground, putting a stop to the momentum build. He's finally showing why he's the highest rated player on the ladder. These rounds are flying by now. Phantom is just slashing through Catalyst with some incredible reaction time. Phantom puts on a clinic from the box, taking a huge step toward the victory. He's really asserting his control over this set. Catalyst stays stubborn and manages to knock him right off the ramp. He really just refused to let that lead slip away. He just completely deletes him from the box, keeping this overtime thriller alive. A huge surge in confidence from the challenger right now. Unbelievable, he clutches out the win by a hair, scraping through with just 5 health to end this. He just refused to let the match slip away in those final moments. Both players were practically fighting for their lives. He had to work for that. Phantom historically holds a 61% win rate in these matchups. He's clearly the stronger force on paper today, but he's gonna have to fight through this early deficit. It will be interesting to see if he can push back. Vortex is really putting the pressure on with that 2-1 lead. These rounds are flying by. Vortex is looking incredibly sharp in these quick exchanges. Vortex holds a slim edge now, leading 3-2. The number 1 seed is starting to settle into the server. He's a tough out, especially since he's the top-rated guy right now. Vortex is definitely the unexpected aggressor here, despite being listed as the underdog. And honestly, it's a huge shift in momentum, considering he just lost their last direct encounter. Now the real test is if he can keep this run alive. We've got a quick timeout here on Italy, but stick around and we'll be right back. And we are back in action on Italy, where Vortex holds a commanding 6-4 lead. Phantom answers back right here, showing a lot of grit to close the gap. That's an important response for the favorite player in this set. Vortex keeps the upper hand, sitting pretty at 7-5. That's a really strong showing from the 4th ranked player right now. He's refusing to break, outlasting his opponent in a messy firefight to tighten the gap. He's proving why he's the higher rated seed in this series. Vortex still has a comfortable 2-round cushion. He's managing to hold his own despite the massive gap on the ladder. Phantom was untouched in that exchange, proving he's not backing down from this challenge. He's starting to find his footing after a tough start. Vortex keeps things tight at 9-7. Consistency has been key for him in recent matchups. Vortex heads into the break with a 10-7 lead. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's looking very confident as he takes this 3-round advantage into the second half. Let's see how the change feels. That was an effortless finish for Phantom as he continues to claw his way back into this match. That was a really crisp execution on the final shot. Vortex is really putting a stranglehold on this map, making it very difficult for Phantom to mount a comeback. A lightning fast read by Vortex to pick him right off the vine. He's looking absolutely lethal with the rifle right now. Phantom gets an easy answer here, showing a bit of resistance. A tough spot for him, given the gap in their recent form. What a finish. He shuts the door with a huge kill from the wine. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect sequence to claim the victory. Game over. He secures the final kill to shut it all down. Absolute perfection to wrap things up. Vortex takes the final duel and the victory. Just an incredible result to end the day. We're looking at a huge swing in the rankings after that one. Catalyst clearly has the psychological edge here, leading their head-to-head series by over 200 rounds. That historical gap seems to be fueling his confidence early on. We'll see if Vortex can break that cycle before the deficit grows. Catalyst is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. He's really trying to shake off that defeat from their last meeting. Vortex has completely flipped the script, taking control of the map after that rough start. Things are perfectly balanced now, despite those early headwinds. Catalyst grabs the momentum, pushing ahead 3-2. The higher rank competitor is quickly asserting himself here. Vortex fights back, locking the series at a dead heat. The top 4 players in the league are really fighting for every single round. The pace of this set is just lightning fast, with both players reacting in under a second. Absolute deadlock now. Vortex and Catalyst are tied up. Neither of these guys has a lead today, both sitting at 3-3. Vortex just sneaks into the lead, 5-4. A tough stretch for the slight favorite to deal with. He is just outclassing everyone right now, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight rounds. This is a massive turnaround for the number 4 seed. Catalyst answers back firmly, bringing the score to 6-5 before we head toward the break. We've got a 6-6 deadlock at the break. Vortex is proving he can hang with the top seed here. He's not letting Catalyst run away with this one like he usually does. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst regains the upper hand at 7-6. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded man right now. Catalyst has won 65% of his matches all time. It's a high standard for consistency that he's definitely leaning into right now. He looks completely locked in as he forces this wider lead. He is simply refusing to let up, securing his 4th consecutive round with a perfect shot. A fast response here as he manages to stop the slide. A tighter contest than some of their past meetings suggest. He's keeping the pressure on, finding another huge win to maintain this push. He's starting to chip away at that lead with some sharp entries. He's simply on fire, taking a 3rd straight round to bring this game right back to a deadlock. Incredible. He has fully erased that deficit and is now riding a wave of 4 straight rounds. It's becoming an incredibly unpredictable battle today. And the streak is over as Catalyst halts that run and claims the lead. He's showing a lot of resilience after the tough match with Phantom. What a display of grit from Vortex, keeping his composure to bring us back to a dead heat. He's completely flipped the tide now, moving just 1 step away from an improbable victory. The ladder pressure is definitely getting to the favorite now. A clutch response to force a stalemate, and we are headed straight into overtime. Truly high stakes overtime awaits these two. Unreal, he survives on a prayer, digging deep to secure a massive lead in this overtime battle. Absolute nails for a finish, just barely holding on. What an effortless win for him, continuing this surge and putting the pressure back on. The underdog has completely seized control of this series. What a scramble! Catalyst manages to edge out the victory in a desperate fight where both almost went down. Catalyst is moving back into the driver's seat here. He's finally starting to look like the more dangerous man again. He secures the lead from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. That's some seriously clean positioning to seal the deal. Vortex is refusing to break, fighting back yet again to keep the series level. The tension is skyrocketing as they trade blows in deep waters. Catalyst edges ahead to a 16-15 lead. Catalyst just pushed his lead to 17-15. This is exactly how their previous meeting ended up. Catalyst is just relentless, widening the gap to 18-15. A complete shutdown of any hopes for a late game surge. Catalyst is just cruising now, moving into a 19-15 command. Vortex really pushed the limit today, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out after an insane overtime. What a fight. Catalyst really enjoys this specific environment with a 76% win rate on this map, and honestly it's a great start for him considering he's traditionally been the underdog in this pairing. We'll see if he can maintain that pressure early on. He's just too fast for him right now, taking a commanding lead early on. Hard to believe the best player on the ladder is struggling this much. Phantom clears out the Tetris to show he's not going down easily. He's definitely proving that his pre-match favorite status was well earned. Catalyst is absolutely dominating this, holding a huge 4-1 lead. That's a strong start after his recent 19-15 win over Vortex. Catalyst is just too sharp, using that height on the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. He's playing with huge confidence after that 19-15 result against Vortex. Phantom is starting to dig in, and it looks like that ramp position gave him the edge he needed. Still looks like a classic battle between the two best on the ladder. He's not buckling under the pressure, picking up another quick round to close that gap. Phantom catches him on the ramp, and he's just not letting up on this surge. The tide is shifting in a huge way for the underdog. Absolutely incredible. He manages to square the match at 5-5, completely erasing the early deficit. A hard-fought duel on the ramp, and Catalyst manages to claim the edge. A huge fight for the top spot on the ladder. We're all squared up at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, it's surprising to see this so close, given Catalyst had a huge advantage on paper. Phantom is fighting back hard to prove he belongs in this lead. Time to see who blinks first. He's showing incredible heart to take the lead, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The dynamic has completely flipped since the first 12. And just like that, we're back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. It's just a toss-up right now, considering how close their overall head-to-head is. He's looking stronger by the second, comfortably reclaiming the lead. He's proving he can handle the pressure of this high-stakes matchup. Absolute deadlock now with both stars tied at 8. The number 2 seed is playing like he's the one in charge. Catalyst nudges ahead, now leading the set 9-8. The number 1 rated player is under immense pressure right now. Catalyst is putting on a real clinic here, securing his 3rd straight victory. He secures another one from the ramp, moving himself remarkably close to the finish line. His head-to-head record against the number 1 seed is getting much healthier. He managed to outlast the exchange, putting an end to that runaway streak. A high-stakes scramble that finally swung in his favor. He secures the exchange, putting himself in the driver's seat for the finish. This is exactly why he entered the set with the edge. What a final shot. He completely closes out the series right here. He really capitalized on that map advantage, leaving the top seed with no answers in the final stretch. Vortex gets the first point using that window angle to get an early lead. Phantom has a massive lead over the long term, winning over 60% of their previous encounters. But that history doesn't seem to be helping him today. He needs to find a way to close this gap quickly. He just doesn't miss, simply popping Phantom right off the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. It's a tough start for the top seed. A sharp response from Phantom, clearing Vortex off the ramp to keep this fight alive. He's finally showing why he entered this match as the favorite. He's really digraphing in now, pulling closer with another fast reflex win. Exactly the kind of early response we expected from him. Vortex still holds a comfortable 2-round cushion. He's actually looking more like the underdog in this set. Phantom is refusing to go away, shutting that encounter down instantly to keep the pressure on. Absolute chaos there, but he barely scrapes through with a handful of health to level the score. Both players are completely locked in for the next stretch. He's just completely taken over the map, securing a 3rd straight point. The momentum shift here is just staggering. Vortex responds quickly to bring this series back to a deadlock. A huge result for the number 4 ranked player. Vortex edges ahead by 1 after that huge trade. Hard to believe the top rated player is struggling this much. Vortex leads 7-5 going into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite today. It's a close fight, but he's keeping a steady grip on this map for now. Fresh start for both. He's showing great grit, picking up another one to keep this series within a single round. The pressure is definitely mounting for the higher rated player. Another flawless sequence there, and now he's completely erased the deficit to tie things up. He's really making a case for the top seed status. He's just relentless, taking another one without letting his opponent touch him. A total shutdown of the defense there. He is absolutely on fire, securing another effortless point to widen the gap. It's exactly the type of result you'd expect from the higher seed. He's simply untouchable right now, pushing his lead to 3 rounds ahead. Vortex is looking completely lost right now. Vortex shows some real heart here, shaking off that onslaught to get back in this. A quick reaction there to stop the slide. Phantom quickly recovers and guns him down from the ramp to regain control. That's a really solid way to snap back into the lead. He just won't quit, quickly picking Phantom off the ramp to keep this rally going. Vortex is definitely making it a tight race to the finish. What a response! He's now just a single round away from victory. The higher seed is finally asserting his dominance in this closing stretch. The resilience is incredible. He just stopped that momentum call to keep himself in the game. Unbelievable. He claws his way back from the brink and secures the map victory. Vortex really pushed him to the absolute limit tonight. He almost played the spoiler in this one. What a fight. Catalyst starts strong with that fast encounter on the ramp, putting the pressure on early. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer for those high ground angles right now. Looking at the head-to-head history, that gap in confidence is clearly there. He's just completely taking over this start, claiming a third straight for the lead. He's really making the most of that top 2 ranking today. Vortex catches him on the box to finally get a round on the board. Still, clearly the underdog here, but he's showing some fight. Catalyst has an overwhelmingly strong lead in their history with over 600 total wins against Vortex. And that mental edge seems to be paying off in the current flow of the game. It'll be interesting to see if the gap widens even further from here. Vortex really played that perfectly, catching him from the boost to keep this game competitive. He's really proving that he can hang with the top 2 players today. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but he manages to clutch out a second straight win. Catalyst is comfortably ahead at 6-3 as we reset. Vortex knocks him off the Tetris to keep the pressure mounting. He's certainly not letting the favorite stroll to a win today. Catalyst is really showcasing his superior form with a 5-3 record over the last day. It's clear that confidence is carrying over from his other wins today. He's definitely looking like the more composed player right now. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, everything is going by the book so far. He's playing with the composure you'd expect from a top 2 seed, though Vortex is staying within striking distance. Catalyst keeps cruising with a solid 8-5 cushion. He's really keeping up that high standard he set all day. Catalyst secures another win from the ramp, and the gap is just widening now. The rank 2 seed is just completely dominant here. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through with that last shot to clear the Tetris. That was a gutsy play to secure an arrow victory. He's really digging in now, refusing to let this match slip away. He's quickly making this a much tighter affair. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting pretty at 10-7. Catalyst puts a stop to that potential rally by cleaning him right off the ramp. He's looking much stronger today than he did in that 10-13 loss to Phantom. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, keeping this a genuine fight as the gap closes. Just a very steady day for Catalyst so far. A hard-fought trade of shots ends in his favor, putting him just a single win away from victory. Total control for the favorite throughout this set. And that's the game. Catalyst closes it out with a perfect shot from the ramp. He's just untouchable on this map, really proving why he's sitting at the top of the ladder right now. Phantom is historically very strong here with a 70% win rate on this map. And that should give him a huge amount of confidence going into the early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can overcome those trends, given their recent history. Phantom is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely showing why he's currently sitting at number 2. Absolute chaos, he scrapes through that fight by the skin of his teeth. Catalyst had the upper hand in their most recent meeting. Catalyst manages to hold that ramp and forces a deadlock, fighting his way back into this. We're deadlocked at 3-0 as Catalyst fights back. The momentum is shifting toward the second highest rated player right now. He is just tearing through the server now, taking full control of the map. He's looking incredibly sharp, especially after that 39 win earlier today. That was a completely clean exchange to bring things level at 4-4. Both these guys are playing out of their minds today. Catalyst barely edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. The current world #1 needs to find an answer here. Catalyst has a clear advantage lately, putting up a 6-3 record over the last day. It's a strong contrast to how Phantom is currently performing in this server. Now he's just trying to keep that momentum high as we move toward the second half. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead, and honestly, the favorite is playing exactly as he should. He's just lean enough on the scoreboard to keep the pressure high as we swap sides. Time to shake things up. Catalyst is pulling away, now leading by 3. That's another strong performance for the second seed today. He's showing a lot of grit, refusing to let his opponent run away with this game. He's fighting hard to close that gap as the underdog of the day. He is simply refusing to go away, claiming another round to keep the deficit to a single game. Catalyst holds a commanding 2-round advantage at 9-7. The top-rated player in the server is suddenly facing an uphill climb. He's showing a ton of fight, keeping his composure to claw back into this. The gap on the ladder is narrowing with every trade. Stunning display of poise to bring this back to a dead heat. Total reset of the board as we head into the final stretch. Catalyst barely keeps the lead at 10-9. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their last meeting. Catalyst takes total control, shutting down that angle and getting himself an incredibly strong lead. He's really capitalizing on that recent form today. What a scramble. He nearly lost that one. But it digs deep to keep this rally going. Absolute nerves of steel to secure that victory. He finds the opening shot and closes it out, putting his opponent in a desperate spot. The pressure is mounting for the pre-match favorite. What a way to close it out. He secures the final shot to take the whole series. Phantom just couldn't close the door despite having the map advantage today. He put up a massive fight to keep it tight, but he couldn't stop the momentum shift. What a match. Unreal. Both players were nearly finished, but Vortex manages to scrape by with a sliver of health. Phantom has been a bit of a nightmare for his opponent in the past, historically winning over 60% of their meetings. It's a bit strange to see him struggle this early, given how much he usually controls his rivalry. We'll have to see if he can actually put these early rounds behind him. Vortex is really dominating here with a 3-1 lead. Rough, start for the league's top-rated player. The momentum is shifting heavily toward Vortex, who is making this look a lot easier than it usually is. Phantom puts up a strong response, securing a clean kill to chip away at that lead. It's not uncommon for him to be slow to start in these duels. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-2. What a scramble! He barely manages to survive that exchange and keeps the deficit at 2. He's refusing to go away, absorbing some damage, but ultimately coming out on top here. The pressure is clearly mounting as the gap narrows. Complete reversal. He's now fully tied up the series with that dominant performance. Vortex recovers a lead, taking the edge back into the break. We're all squared up at 6-6. This is a pretty standard start given the high expectations for Vortex. He's playing his part perfectly, but Phantom's deep experience on this map keeps him right in the fight. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex holds a narrow one-round advantage going into 13. He's really defying his recent form with a rough patch behind him. Vortex is really finding his stride, having managed to shake off a 3-loss streak and really find his footing here. He's completely turned the tide against a player who usually owns the head-to-head matchup. It will be tough for Phantom to recover his composure now. Vortex is pulling ahead, now leading by 2. It's getting harder for our #1 rated player to respond. Vortex is just lightning quick right now. He's making the top seed look completely lost. That's another one for Vortex, who simply isn't letting up right now. Hard to believe the #1 seed is struggling this much. A close exchange that goes the other way, finally getting him back on the board. Vortex is back in control, and is now just a single round away from victory. It's a total flip from how the odds looked before today. Absolute perfection from Vortex to shut the door on this series. He really played the spoiler today, refusing to let the #1 seed get back on top. Catalyst has an incredible 63% historical win rate whenever these two meet. It's clearly a matchup that he knows how to control. He's currently sitting at the top of our rating, and we're seeing that raw skill gap translate to the server right now. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Vortex certainly seems to prefer this particular set of corridors. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on now, shifting all the momentum back his way. He's just too fast right now, securing another clean win to climb the scoreboard. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely taken over the map now. He's definitely making his presence felt despite the rankings. Catalyst finds his mark, picking the opponent right off the box. The number 1 seed is finally starting to wake up. Perfectly deadlocked at 4 apiece as we head back. He's really continuing that dominance from their previous meeting. Vortex edges ahead, holding a slim lead at 5-4. It is a battle of the league's absolute top tier. They're trading blows back and forth, but neither one is letting the other put away for long. The world number 1 is starting to find his footing. Vortex was too quick for him, catching Catalyst right off the box to extend his lead. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. It is a shocking start for the world number 1. Vortex is ignoring the history here and looks completely comfortable playing the role of the aggressor. Time to see if Catalyst adapts. Vortex is really capitalizing on the map advantage right now, and honestly, it's making a massive difference. He's managed to completely flip the script on the league leader, forcing a very uncomfortable pace for Catalyst. Catalyst secures the height advantage and shuts that down, finally halting the slide. His superior track record in these matchups is starting to show. He's outplaying him consistently now, refusing to let Vortex run away with this set. Vortex is surging ahead, now commanding a 3-round lead. He's really shaking off that early loss to the world number 1. Vortex is really putting on the pressure now, leaving Catalyst with a very narrow path to victory. Catalyst is really digging in now, proving that the gap is far from closed. The top-rated player in the league is refusing to go down quietly. He close back around, putting him on the verge of victory. A quick exchange and the lead stretches to 4. He manages to trade back a point, delaying the inevitable for just a little longer. Still a heavy mountain to climb after that rough start. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with a perfect shot to take the series. Massive result for the underdog, finally getting some revenge after that long string of losses to the top seed. Phantom currently holds a slight lead in their head-to-head record after over 1,000 matches. It's a tight historical battle, but Catalyst has clearly found a way to win their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can reclaim that dominance here. Absolute perfection from him. That's a 3-round burst to start things off. Catalyst secures an easy kill from the Wine, showing some real grit to get back into this. He needed to respond quickly to keep this comfortably within reach. Phantom is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. It's an interesting dynamic given he's the top seed on the ladder. He refuses to go away, cleaning up that exchange to bring the score to 4-2. He's staying aggressive, digging himself out of the hole with another victory. Suddenly the cushion we saw earlier has completely vanished. The comeback is complete. He's locked in now and we're all square at 4-4. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this match now. The higher seeded player is looking completely rattled. He's just outclassing everyone right now, taking another one from the Wine. He's simply unstoppable, taking another one to keep this incredible run going. Catalyst heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Honestly, that's exactly what we expected to see. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly after putting together a 7-round tier. Time for the switch. He just completely shut that down, securing an effortless round to start the half. The slight favorite is struggling to find a response. What a scramble. Phantom barely escapes that disaster with a tiny sliver of health left. A critical moment for the #1 seed to prove himself. Phantom is looking much more comfortable now that we are deeper into the second half. He's clearly taking advantage of his superior history on this specific map. It'll be a bit of a fight, but he's definitely chipping away at that deficit. Unbelievable. He manages to clutch out that victory from the Wine, though he's left hanging on by a thread. He responds immediately to get his lead back up to 4. That was a lightning fast encounter to put the pressure back on. The gap is closing. Phantom is really starting to put a dent in that lead now. He's really grinding this back, taking another one to keep the pressure climbing. Sharp reaction there to put him just 1 point away from victory. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. What a finish. Catalyst closes the door and secures the match right here. Phantom really fought back from that massive deficit, but he just couldn't find the final push to close this out. What a battle. Phantom holds a significant edge in their history, winning over 60% of their career meetings. It is interesting because Vortex actually came out on top in their most recent encounter. We have to see if he can replicate that success now. Vortex looked incredibly sharp on that ramp, making the most of that high ground to even things up. He's putting that number 4 seed ranking into perspective. A total deadlock now as they head into round 5. The second ranked player in the league needs a reset. A complete shit off from the opponent, and he's now rolling with 3 straight wins. He's really putting on a clinic today after that 13-9 win against Catalyst. He simply outduels his opponent on the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. A tough afternoon for the second highest rated player in the league. Phantom answers back by catching him off the ramp. The favorite is starting to wake up after those early struggles. Vortex is really asserting himself here, pulling 2 games clear after that sharp play from the ramp. It is rare to see him struggle through a series like this. Phantom puts a stop to the slide by picking him off the ramp, keeping this tight. A bit of a tough run today for the second best on the ladder. Phantom has been through a tough day overall, only managing a few wins in the last 24 hours. It makes this particular struggle even more frustrating given how comfortably he usually controls this rivalry. He's really fighting an uphill battle right now. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite should. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can leverage his superior historical map win rate to close this gap. Let's see a new spark. Vortex is just cruising now at 9-4. The pressure is really mounting for the second best player in the league. Vortex hits double digits, leaving Phantom way behind. He's essentially mirrored that 13-8 victory from their last encounter. He catches Phantom right off the ramp and keeps this roll going. He's really defying the odds today against the higher rated player. A sudden exchange of fire ends with Phantom coming out on top. A small glimpse of hope for someone who's really struggling today. He just needs one more to wrap this up after that clean encounter on the ramp. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor today. Phantom creates a bit of breathing room by taking the fight from the ramp. He's fighting through a really tough set of matches today. What a finish. Vortex seals the deal with an effortless final blow to secure the victory. He just completely dismantled one of the top dogs tonight. This is a massive statement victory for him. Catalyst holds a massive historical edge with over 600 total wins in their head-to-head history. Well, it's interesting to see that despite the long-term dominance, Vortex actually took their most recent meeting. We'll see if that confidence can translate into another win today. Catalyst really knows how to utilize that verticality, claiming the lead from the container. He's playing like the top seed shoot right now. A dead heat now with both players sitting on 2. He's really fighting to keep that top seed status today. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on here, using that ramp to carve out a narrow lead. He is absolutely on fire right now, strolling to a 3-round streak. Catalyst shuts things down quickly, knocking his opponent off the ramp. He's clearly looking to bounce back from that 13-9 loss they had earlier. Vortex has a 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a strong run of form that is helping him challenge the best player on the ladder. I want to see if he can keep this pressure up to push the lead further. Vortex is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. The best player in the league is feeling the heat right now. Catalyst secures the win from the ramp, showing some real grit to close the gap. It's a tough spot for the higher ranked player right now. Vortex is playing with an incredible amount of speed, simply outreacting Catalyst in that exchange. He's making a strong case for himself today as the underdog. Vortex takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the top ranked player is looking completely lost right now. This is a serious shock given the rank gap between these two. Time to see if Catalyst resets. Vortex is absolutely dominating, extending it to 9-4. Vortex seems to have the A-game today. Catalyst manages to claw back to 5-9. He's starting to show why he sits at the top of the ladder. Unbelievable. He just barely scraped through that exchange to keep his momentum going. He's refusing to go down without a fight. What a scramble. He manages to outlast Catalyst by a hair, just barely surviving the fight from the ramp. Vortex is running away with it, leading 10-7. He's showing that raw potential of being the #1 rated guy. Vortex is really pulling away here, making quick work of Catalyst even while he's stuck up on that ramp. A total nightmare of a series for the world #1. And he just keeps walking through this series, putting himself on the verge of victory. He's truly shaking the world #1 today. Absolutely stunning. He puts an exclamation point on this series with a lightning fast final shot. He just completely owned the map today. It's a massive statement for Vortex to just walk all over the #1 seed like that. Catalyst really owns the history here with a huge lead in their head-to-head record. It's a dominant lifetime advantage, but Vortex is actually playing the better game lately. We'll see if he can push that current streak further today. Unreal. Vortex barely hangs on with a sliver of health after dragging his opponent off the wine box. A bold start from the number 3 seed. Catalyst just isn't letting him get any ground today, quickly picking him off the ramp. The number 1 seed is asserting himself. Catalyst takes a slim 3-2 lead into this next one. Vortex seems really comfortable in this specific matchup tonight. Catalyst is really starting to pull away now, picking Vortex right off that ramp. That's just a typical performance from the top-rated player. Catalyst is just putting on a show, using that high ground on the toolbox to put a real grip on this match. The best player in the league is simply too sharp right now. Another effortless take for the favorite, securing the kill from the ramp. The top spot on the ladder is certainly making his presence felt. Vortex answers back with a sharp sequence to slow the pace. Vortex keeps the charge going, successfully clearing Catalyst off the toolbox. He's really starting to claw back into this set. Catalyst is comfortably in control with a 65% career win rate across his tenure. It's a huge statistical gap that helps him keep his composure while under pressure. We'll see if Vortex can actually mount a real comeback from here. We've got a 7-5 lead for Catalyst going into the break. I mean, the top seed is playing exactly as we predicted. Vortex is keeping it competitive, but the favorite has a firm grip on this series. Catalyst is making quick work of these exchanges, shutting down Vortex as he tried to peek from the window. Vortex is certainly fighting a tough battle against a very consistent opponent. Catalyst secures another one from the ramp, and it's starting to look like a really steep mountain for Vortex to climb. The momentum has shifted entirely back to the favorite as he closes out another round. Frantic firefight that saw both players bleeding out, but he managed to outlast his opponent. The pressure is mounting quickly for the number 3 seed. He dominates from the wine box to secure his 5th consecutive round, and now he is just one win away from closing the set. What a finish. Catalyst secures the map with an effortless shot from the toolbox. Vortex had the map history on his side today, but he just couldn't find an answer for that raw skill. Catalyst generally dominates the historical head-to-head, owning 63% of their shared matches. Well, this early lead for Vortex is a nice shock to the system. It'll be interesting to see if the top seed can shake this off quickly. Vortex is really putting the pressure on at 2-1. The top-rated player in the league is finally starting to wake up. Vortex is really making a statement here, putting the #1 seed on his heels early on. Vortex just tightened the screws, pushing it to 3-2. He's fighting to reclaim that top spot on the ladder. And just like that, Catalyst claws it back to 3-3. He's definitely looking like the more composed player right now. Vortex is really keeping the pace high, making these exchanges lightning fast. Vortex showed he could handle the heat in their last meeting on Mapas. Vortex has a 77% win rate in his most recent set of encounters. It's making him look far more confident today despite the historical gap. He's playing with an edge that could potentially flip the script on the world #1. Deadlocked at 5 apiece, we've got a total stalemate. The world's top-rated player is starting to regain his footing. Vortex is capitalizing on this moment, holding a slim edge as we approach the break. Quick reflex there to stop the... We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a surprising start for the #1 seed. Catalyst has usually controlled this rivalry, but Vortex is proving to be a real problem today. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead, taking a narrow lead at 7-6. Just as a reminder, we are seeing a rare tilt in the historical odds here. Catalyst answers back, leaving us tied up at 7. Both players have a very similar record on this particular terrain. Catalyst is starting to build some serious momentum here, stringing together some very quick finishes. We are back to a dead heat at 8 apiece. We've got an absolute battle on our hands between the top 4 seeds. Catalyst holds the advantage now, quickly shutting down that attempt from the ramp. The #1 rated player is staying remarkably steady under fire. A perfect split at 9-0, neither will budge. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that win over Phantom. Vortex just breaks the tie and pulls ahead 10-9. The world's #1 is really feeling the heat now. Absolutely effortless. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback here. Another fast result for the man on fire. And now he's just 1 point away from victory. A complete reversal from how we expected this to go. A huge stop for Catalyst, who refuses to go down quietly in this series. The gap in the standings is starting to feel irrelevant. What a finish! Vortex closes the door and secures the win. He really fought through the noise today to take down the King of the Hill. What a fight. Catalyst has controlled the vast majority of their meetings with a 63% win rate. So this opening round for Vortex is a big statement against the odds. He's definitely looking to flip the script today. Catalyst is starting to build some real momentum here after securing that height advantage. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Catalyst. He's definitely justifying the top seed on the ladder right now. Vortex manages to answer back here and keep the deficit to a single round. A solid response from the number 3 seed. Catalyst is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's certainly playing like the league's best rated talent right now. A tight fight as Catalyst edges ahead 4-3. Both players have been remarkably consistent today, each putting up a strong record. Vortex has completely flipped the script here, erasing that lead and bringing us right back to a dead heat. The top seed is really feeling the pressure now. Catalyst barely holds a thin 1-round lead. A strong showing from the current league leader. Absolute deadlock now with Vortex and Catalyst tied at 5. Vortex has the advantage now, taking that duel from the wine and putting a serious dent in the momentum. He's showing exactly why he's sitting in that 3rd spot. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's outplaying the world number 1 right now. It's a shock result given the historical head-to-head gap, but the underdog is firmly in control. Let's see if the trend holds. Vortex clings to a slender 1-round advantage. That's a classic response from the best player in the world. Unbelievable, he almost went down, but managed to edge out that brawl to push the lead to 8-6. Talk about a narrow escape there. Vortex has gone 5 for 5 in his recent matches against other top opponents, including that huge win earlier today. It's clearly a case of his confidence peaking at just the right time. He really has the momentum now. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming another round to extend that lead to 11-6. The world leader is definitely struggling to find any answers here. He is completely taking over this map, putting himself just a single round away from victory. What an unbelievable scrap. He barely walked away from that one alive. He really dug deep to claw that one back. And that's it, a completely clean finish to seal the victory. He's just outclassed the top seed in every way possible. A huge statement win for the number 3 spot. Catalyst holds a massive advantage over the long haul with 647 head-to-head wins. That historical gap usually puts a lot of pressure on the other side. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can use those recent victories to shake that image. Catalyst is starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. Our top seed on the ladder is finally finding some footing. Vortex is really turning the tide here, quickly wiping out that early lead to tie things up. We've got the top 2 seedings in a total deadlock. He just keeps rolling, dropping the other man right off the box. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that one, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. The world #1 is putting on a clinic right now. A quick response from Catalyst to keep this narrow. Both of these competitors have had a grueling day with identical 9-7 records. Absolute deadlock at 4-all as we enter round 9. It's an interesting clash as we're seeing the world's 2 best right now. Unreal. He clings to life by a thread to keep this streak rolling. He really is the dominant force in their history together. The tide has completely shifted as he secures a 4th consecutive round. Vortex shuts that down immediately, narrowing the gap before we head into the break. We're all square at 6-6, right? The underdog is holding his own despite that huge historical gap in their head-to-head records. Both players traded heavy streaks this half, and now it's anyone's game. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 as we start this round. Vortex has surprisingly been the stronger force in their most recent pairs. What a scramble. Both players were practically gutted in that trade, but Catalyst manages to scrap through. It's a tough spot for the top seed to be in. Vortex just punished him for staying high, dragging this set right back to a tie. We're staring at a dead heat between Vortex and Catalyst. He's just on fire right now, securing another round to keep the pressure high. He's playing a lot like he did in their last meeting. He's completely take over the server, moving closer to a double-digit lead. He's simply not missing a beat, picking up another effortless victory to move 3 rounds ahead. The top seed is finally capitalizing on his edge here. He's refusing to let the match slip away, digging in to keep this contest alive. A huge effort from the underdog to stay in this. A flawless response to put him just a single round away from victory. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. He's showing a lot of heart, stepping up to stop their momentum cold. The favorite has definitely found his second win. What a finish! Vortex shuts the door on this series with a perfect final sequence. He's really fighting back against that legacy, proving he's a legitimate threat even with the odds stacked against him. What a fight. Vortex is currently on a 3-game win streak against Catalyst. You know, he is completely rewriting the script for this particular rivalry. While Catalyst has dominated their all-time history, he seems unable to find an answer for the #1 player in the league right now. He just shreds through another one from the ramp to make it 3 straight. Absolute perfection from Vortex. Simply picking him off the Tetris for a 4th straight. Simply overwhelming. He's now staring down a perfect 5-round start. It's a startling shift from the usual result we see here. He's simply not letting up, taking another run to bring it to a 6-round sweep. He is simply untouchable right now, closing out a perfect first 7. And that's a 4-game sweep for the top seed tonight. This is just a complete rout as he cruises to a huge 8-round lead. It's a total reversal of their typical head-to-head dynamic. Finally, a response from Catalyst, who manages to trade a shot and take the exchange. Catalyst is finally starting to fight back, taking control and knocking Vortex right off that ramp. He's fighting back to lean on that historical map advantage. He's simply on fire, knocking Vortex off the ramp to move his tally up to 3 in a row. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising start for the underdog. Catalyst is usually the heavy favorite here, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace right now. Side swap, let's see the response. Catalyst has maintained a 76% win rate on this map across his career. He's clearly utilizing that deep comfort level to chip away at this lead. Now the question is whether Catalyst can actually push this all the way to a comeback. Catalyst manages to hold that ramp position well to keep this series close. He's certainly not letting those previous losses from today get in his head. A completely clean finish there as the comeback continues to gain steam. Vortex keeps a 3-round cushion at 10-7. The top seed continues to put on a clinic tonight. Vortex is just too fast on that ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst right now. The #4 seed is really struggling to find a way back into this. Vortex puts an end to that rally, picking him off the ramp to reach match point. He's looking far more composed than the favorites expected. Unbelievable, he barely survives that fight to close it out and secure the victory. He's completely owns this matchup. Now, we're seeing a total shift in power between these two. Catalyst has an incredible 68% win rate on this specific map, and honestly, it's surprising that Vortex is starting the set as the favorite. The match history shows a heavy historical tilt in this favor, so we have to see if the #1 rated player can actually pull this back. Vortex is quickly building some momentum here, and he just took total control from the ramp. Things are completely locked in at 2 apiece now. He's really fighting back after those tough losses in the previous sets. Catalyst just edged ahead, putting the pressure on Vortex. The top-seeded player is definitely feeling the heat right now. What a survival. Vortex just barely clings to life while knocking Catalyst off that ramp to tie it up. The top seed is showing exactly why he sits at the summit. Catalyst is playing remarkably fast today. He's just making an example of Vortex from below the Tetris. Catalyst is currently holding a significant 647 to 380 lifetime head-to-head lead. It's clear that the historical dominance of his playstyle is starting to weigh on Vortex. We have to wonder if the #1 seed can find a way to break this pattern. Catalyst is really starting to put a grip on this set, using that height advantage to secure another quick round. Catalyst is cruising along with a commanding 7-4 lead. It's a sharp contrast to how those last few maps went today. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, he's just proving why the analyst loved him today. This is a very standard start for the higher rated player on this map. Time to see a different perspective. Vortex trails 5-8, needing a major comeback. He's really trying to bring that dominant form from the other maps today. Catalyst is pulling far ahead now, leading 9-5. Catalyst is definitely making up for those recent losses. Vortex is trading blows with him now, refusing to let Catalyst pull further away. It's clear the recent form is shifting back in his favor. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-6. He's desperately trying to avoid the sweep he suffered in those earlier games. Vortex really just tore through that defense, picking him off right from the Tetris. His recent run of 4 straight wins shows he's in top form. He just secures another one from the box, keeping the pressure on as he fights back. The world #1 is finally getting his eyes adjusted. That was incredibly quick. Catalyst really just shot that window of opportunity right when Vortex started to peek back into it. Complete shutout from Catalyst, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. The gap in a lot of their previous matchups is becoming evident. Vortex just completely outdueled him from the Tetris to stay in this game. He's proving that his rank is no fluke in a tight set. Another clean blow from the Tetris as Vortex continues his tenacious rally. He's starting to look like the favorite once again. He's on fire now, securing another victory from the box to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Catalyst puts it all away with a perfect final blow to close out the map. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, putting on a hell of a show to close that gap. What a fight. Catalyst holds a massive lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It's a psychological edge that seems to stick even when their rankings are this close. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to flip the script this time. Catalyst is just dominating early with that 2-0 lead. Slight favorite to start, but currently looking very shaky. Vortex is fighting back, trailing by just 1 now. The number 1 seed is starting to show his teeth. The momentum has completely shifted and Catalyst is looking very vulnerable right now. The top seed is taking control of the pace here. Absolutely effortless. He's just tearing through these exchanges right now. His current 80% form over the last 10 looks lethal. He answers back immediately to bring things level. Just a few points of difference between these two on the ladder. Vortex officially claims the lead at 4-3. He's really looking to make a statement as the number 1 seed. Vortex has been in a massive slump against this opponent over the long haul. Well, he's putting a lot of those historical numbers to the side by taking a commanding grip on the scoreline. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. He shows a lot of grit here, refusing to let his opponent pull further away. It's an important pickup to avoid falling too far behind. Vortex is simply cruising with a comfortable 3-round cushion. His current form is putting those all-time stats to the test. Vortex takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely ignoring the odds here. Catalyst entered this as the heavy favorite, but he's just not keeping up with the Maman Seed's pace right now. Let's see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst claws 1 back, but Vortex still leads 8-5. A strong showing from the number 4 seed today. He's refusing to back down, securing another fast kill to keep this resurgence alive. The confidence is clearly returning for the lower seed. Vortex pushes to 9-6 and is looking untouchable. He's definitely the stronger force in this specific series of maps. Goodness, what a scramble. He barely walks away from that one with a sliver of health left. Talk about the nail biter of a finish there. What a chaotic exchange. He manages to scrap through that fight with almost nothing left in the tank. He has definitely struggled to maintain that high level of form lately. Unbelievable survival. He was practically dead in the water, yet he manages to outlast his opponent. He shuts down the momentum shift immediately and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He is certainly playing like the better man today. Catalyst manages to find the opening, keeping his hopes alive with a flawless exchange. Both of them landed heavy hits in that split second, but Catalyst was just a bit faster to close it out. The momentum is definitely swinging the other way now. He's putting on an absolute clinic now, securing his 3rd straight win while keeping his health completely intact. The underdog is making his presence felt. Shocking turn of events as Catalyst keeps this charge going to put immense pressure on the leader. Unbelievable closing shot. Vortex shuts it all down and takes this. The sheer guts on display from the number 1 seed to close that out. He really clawed back his lead. Hard-fought win. Catalyst comes out swinging, taking a strong early advantage from the ramp. Catalyst holds a massive historical edge with 648 career wins over this opponent. It's clear that confidence is playing a huge role right now. It'll be interesting to see if the world #1 can lean on his recent success to stem this tide. He just can't find an answer for that height, securing a 4th straight victory from the toolbox. Simply untouchable. He punishes Vortex right off that ramp to go 5 straight. The world's top-rated player is looking completely lost here. An absolute shutout, picking his opponent off the ramp for a 6th straight round. Hard to believe he's trailing the 4th rank by such a gap. Finally, a response as Vortex claims this one from the ramp. A small glimpse of that top seed form we're looking for. Unreal. He almost went down, but managed to scrap through that fight with a tiny sliver of health left. He's finally starting to act like the top seed. Catalyst quickly shuts that down, knocking him right off the wine box. He's playing like the heavy favorite today. Vortex is starting to claw back into this one, using that elevation to put some pressure on Catalyst. He's been playing a bit better of the two lately. Vortex has a strong 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's clear that his current form is starting to override the historical disadvantage. He just needs to keep this momentum moving into the final stretch. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is unfolding exactly how the analysts predicted. He's firmly in control, though Vortex is definitely fighting back. New sights, new energy. Vortex puts up a fight, picking his opponent off the ramp with a sharp shot. A clean sequence of plays to keep this game tight. Everything is starting to go his way now. Catalyst manages to put a stop to that run, picking him right off the box. Our top-rated player is feeling the pressure now. Vortex keeps his composure and finds the opening to clear him off the window. The seedings for this game are finally starting to align. What a recovery! He controls the ramp again to bring the scores dead even. This is exactly the kind of deadlock we expected from these two. He takes a firm grip on this series, shutting everything down from the ramp to move ahead 9-8. He's simply taking over now, punishing his opponent from the toolbox to bring that streak to 4. The momentum has completely flipped from where we started. Catalyst reacts quickly to put an end to that burst, dragging the score to 10-9. A huge mental win for the 4th rank to pull that back. Catalyst really shifted the pace here, outplaying him from the ramp to keep the momentum going. The match has turned into a complete stalemate. Vortex completely denies him from that ramp, showing incredible grit to push his lead further. He is really proving why he entered as the favorite today. Just a blink of an eye. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring the match back to a tie. Huge moment for Vortex, claiming this round from the wine box to put him 1 away from victory. The pressure is truly mounting for the number 4 seed. What an incredible finish. He closes this out with a perfect shot, securing a legendary comeback victory. Coming back from that deep hole to take it all, a massive show of character from the world #1. He really earned this one. What a fight. Catalyst has a massive head-to-head advantage, winning over 60% of their career meetings. It's interesting because Vortex enters as the top player on our ladder. He'll need to shake off this opening round if he wants to secure another win against his rival. Absolute authority from the Wine, and he's now taken a commanding early lead. Expectations were high for the top-seeded player today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, pushing the lead to 4-0. That's quite the contrast to his recent form. Finally gets one on the board, securing a clean point. He's fighting a tough battle today after those tight losses earlier. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 5-1 cushion. He's completely ignoring that #1 ladder spot right now. Vortex is coming in with a very strong 80% win rate over his last 10 matches, and honestly he's starting to use that momentum to challenge the early lead. He just needs to keep his pressure up to flip the script on the match. Catalyst is firmly in control at 7-2. Clearly a tough outing for the #1 seed today. That's another flawless sequence for the leader, who just completely shuts down any hope of a comeback. He gets another one back, securing a small victory before we head into the break. His recent form shows he's fully capable of stealing rounds here. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 9-3. This is exactly what we expected to see. He's using that mental edge to keep Vortex completely out of the game right now. Time to switch things up. Vortex is trailing by 5 as he starts the second half. Quick reaction there to keep the deficit from growing. His high ranking is finally starting to show. Catalyst is still holding a strong 4-point lead. He's really finding his timing right now. Vortex had a moment there, but Catalyst quickly puts a stop to that momentum. Catalyst is still firmly ahead, sitting at 10-6. It is a high pressure spot for the #4 ranked player. Vortex claws one back, cutting the gap to 7-10. That's a very fast response to stay in this. Catalyst answers right back, making it very difficult for the #1 seed to build any real speed. The momentum swings back just as he reaches match point. A quick counter-strike to put an end to that brief surge. And there it is. Catalyst finishes the job with an incredible display of skill to close out this series. He just completely dismantled the world #1 today. It's clear that matchup nightmare is still very real for Vortex. a real battle of wills right there on the ramp to start us off. Vortex is reacting incredibly fast right now, quickly shutting down Catalyst on the Tetris. Our top-rated guy is starting to push back. Catalyst typically holds the upper hand in their head-to-head history. It's surprising to see Vortex establish such an early lead despite those long-term odds. I wonder if the pressure of this specific series is starting to weigh on him. A fierce trade of shots there, but Catalyst manages to win the duel from the boost. He's certainly showing that top 5 form on the ladder. Vortex is just one step ahead at 3-2. He looks locked in after that tough 7-13 loss earlier today. And just like that, we're completely deadlocked at 3-3. He's proving why his head-to-head record is so dominant. Vortex just took a huge advantage from the boost, putting some real pressure on his opponent. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter on Italy. We're all square at 4 apiece. Anyone's game now. A real battle between the top 4 in the league. Vortex holds that higher ground advantage while putting a bit more distance between himself and the other guy. Our top-rated player is starting to put on a show. Tied up at 5 apiece. This is getting intense. He's managing to keep the pressure on despite the gap in rating. Vortex makes a strong play from the ramp to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. That's a solid showing considering his tough start earlier in the day. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, it's a total toss-up right now. Catalyst usually controls this rivalry, but Vortex is refusing to back down in this one. Fresh sides, clean slate. Catalyst manages to edge forward, now leading 7-6. The top 4 on the ladder are truly fighting for every inch. And just like that, Vortex brings us back to a 7-7 deadlock. The number 1 seed is really leaning into his top spot. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Catalyst is really picking up the pace here. A strong start to the match for the Fae. Catalyst is currently maintaining a 65% all-time win rate. You know, he usually manages to find the winning edge against the top seed, and we are seeing those historical patterns repeat themselves right now. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can snap this slide before it gets out of hand. That was a total slugfest, but Catalyst manages to outlast him and push his lead to 11-7. He's really making a statement with those quick reflexes. He just completely shut down the boost, moving himself to match point. Vortex is completely staggered right now. Unbelievable. He just barely clings to life to secure a critical victory in that exchange. What a brawl! Vortex barely survives that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's really digging in deep to stave off the end. What a finale! Catalyst manages to outlast him in a brutal shootout to secure the series. He really clawed back from that early deficit and just took control of the match. A huge result for the 4th seed today. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their lifetime head-to-head matchups. It's clear he's usually found a way to beat Vortex in the past. I wonder if that mental edge is finally fading today. Vortex has clawed back and we're all square now. The #1 seed in the world looks a bit shaky right now. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Tough break for the top seed right now. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. They're barely taking a second to decide the round now. He's showing why he's sitting at the top of our rating. Vortex just surged ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. It's quite a turn of events after those 2 straight losses he suffered. Pure chaos now that Catalyst has leveled the tally. Disparity is surprising given how usually dominant Catalyst is. Catalyst is starting to build some real momentum here. He's definitely feeling comfortable in this match. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. Everything about this matchup says that the second seed belongs here. A completely one-sided exchange as he walks away without taking a single point of damage. A solid response from the #1 ranked player. Vortex has a slight edge here with a 53% win rate on this specific map. Look, while the numbers lean his way today, Catalyst's total confidence seems far higher right now. It'll be interesting to see if the world #1 can flip the script. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we anticipated seeing from him. He's leaning on that historical 63% head-to-head win rate to stay in the driver's seat. Vortex needs a spark now. Catalyst is just outclassing him, pushing the gap to 8-5. Coming into this match after 2 straight losses, he's finally starting to settle. Catalyst is nearly untouchable, widening the gap to 9-5. It's becoming clear that the ratings don't tell the full story here. Vortex is just fighting a losing battle here. He's got a mountain to climb to get back into this. Catalyst is just cruising now, leading by 4. The world #1 is desperate to keep this narrow window open. Vortex grabs one back, putting things at 7-10. He's really starting to put some pressure on the top seed now. That was a fast reset for Catalyst. He didn't let that little mini streak by Vortex get inside his head. Vortex has had a really tough run of luck today. Vortex is refusing to go quietly. He's starting to look like a real threat to take this match back. A brutal fight that comes down to the wire, but he comes out on top. He looks far more composed than the odds predicted for this duel. Game over. Catalyst puts on a spectacular finish to close out the series. He just keeps owning this rivalry. No matter how it looks on paper, the top seed just can't solve him. Catalyst clearly has the psychological edge here with a 63% career win rate against his opponent. And that weight is felt even more after those 3 straight losses Vortex suffered in their most recent meetings. He'll need to find a way to break that cycle quickly. Vortex manages to hold his own, using the ramp to secure a clean trade and keep this close. He's proving the rank 2 spot on the ladder is no fluke. Vortex is quickly erasing that early lead, and he looks very comfortable using the ramp for cover. Absolute control from Vortex as he secures another win from the ramp. The world #1 is suddenly looking very vulnerable here. A sharp response there, bringing the score level at 3-3. Hard to shake the image of those dominant games they played earlier today. Vortex takes the lead, pushing ahead 4-3. He's really fighting against those previous blowout losses today. Vortex is currently playing against a 43% map win rate for Catalyst. It's interesting to see him effectively weaponizing that statistical edge. Right now, he really needs to push this lead further to secure the win. Catalyst is showing a lot of grit, taking this one without letting a single shot land. Vortex is just dominating now, extending his 7-4 cushion. He's certainly putting that #2 seed on display. Vortex goes into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. This is a huge shift from their 3 consecutive losses earlier today. He's completely ignoring the historical trend and playing like the favorite right now. Time for the world #1 to respond. What a fight, he barely scrapes through that one, surviving by a hair. Just an absolute nail-biter of a round. Vortex is just cruising now, pulling ahead to a 10-4 lead. He's completely turned the tide of this series. Catalyst finally answers back, narrowing the gap to 10-5. He's fighting to get back to that usual standard. Catalyst is starting to put on the pressure, picking up a couple of fast wins in a row. He just wipes him right off the ramp, keeping this hot streak rolling. It's looking like his usual level of control again. He puts an immediate stop to that momentum, moving back into a comfortable lead. His focus is far sharper than it was in those early maps. The pace has really picked up now. These rounds are flying by. It's a total flip from the pre-match expectations. That's a huge result for Vortex, putting him just a single round away from victory. Exactly the result the odds makers expected coming into this series. Catalyst holds the high ground to secure another victory from the ramp. He's fighting to stay alive in this one. He's refusing to go down, quietly picking up back-to-back rounds to keep his hopes alive. The gap in skill isn't reflecting in the score right now. Unbelievable. Vortex clinches the final round to take the victory. He finally breaks that losing streak and brings the series back to a tie. He's truly fought his way back into this rivalry. What a fight. Unbelievable. Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange with his life to take the lead. Catalyst doesn't care about the heights, simply clearing Vortex right off that box. A strong start for the guy who owns this head-to-head. Vortex has the advantage on this map with a 50% win rate. You know, it's a nice contrast to the broader history where Catalyst has dominated their meetings. I wonder if that familiarity is actually starting to work against him today. Catalyst is trailing by 1 and desperate for a response. The current top seed is feeling the pressure here. Things are shifting quickly now. Catalyst is putting on a real burst of speed to reclaim the lead. Vortex is barely holding on to his narrow edge. The current world number 1 is definitely feeling confident. We're deadlocked at 4-all, a total stalemate. This is a tight scrap between the two highest rated players today. We're seeing a real pattern here. Neither player is able to put together a meaningful string of rounds. Vortex has really turned the tide today with a 14-11 record over the last day. It's impressive because he usually finds himself struggling to secure wins against someone of this caliber. He's truly finding a way to outplay a historical rival. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it looks like we're staring at a potential upset. Catalyst usually owns this matchup, but he's just not finding an answer for the number 1 seed right now. Time to shake things up. Catalyst fights back, putting Vortex in a tight spot. A fierce battle between the top 3 on the ladder. We're back to a dead heat at 7 apiece. He really has an incredible historical grasp on this pairing. Absolutely untouchable. He's simply too fast right now, extending his run to 3 straight. It's a huge shift for the number 3 ranked player here. What a scramble he survives by the skin of his teeth to bring this match back to a dead even split. Absolute heartstopper, he barely made it out of that one alive. Vortex edges ahead again, clutching a slim 9-8 lead. Our top-rated player is just refusing to let the momentum slide. He's simply on another level right now, picking up 3 straight to push his lead to 10. A quick response from Catalyst, keeping the pressure on for now. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Vortex is really making a strong case for himself today, consistently showing he can hold his own against a powerhouse opponent. He just couldn't find him up there. And now we're looking at a dead heat. He's really proving why he's a top 3 talent. He's gained some serious ground here, shaking off the earlier deficits to pull this right back to a tie. Expectations were high for the favorite, but he's feeling the heat. Catalyst is absolutely on fire, taking a commanding lead and moving just 1 step away from victory. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out with pure precision to secure the series. He really leaned on that historical dominance to get the job done. A tough way to lose for the world number 1. What a fight. Catalyst just proves why he's the top seed, catching Vortex perfectly while he was moving up that ramp. Catalyst has a commanding historical edge with a 63% win rate in their head-to-head history, but Vortex is proving that the gap in their ratings is practically non-existent. We're seeing a real battle for supremacy here. Catalyst is absolutely dominating, leading the series 3-1. Vortex started this series as the slight favorite, but that's not looking likely. Unreal, he barely scrapes through a chaotic scramble from the Tetris blocks to keep this hot streak alive. This is exactly why Catalyst is our top-rated player. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another easy round. The world #1 is showing no signs of letting up. What a scramble! Vortex barely holds on to survive, finally shaking the opponent off heaven. We're seeing some high-level variance between these two titans. Vortex puts on a show, cleaning him off the ramp for a second straight victory. The momentum is shifting rapidly in his favor. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to claw out a victory in an incredibly tight fight. Catalyst has been a persistent problem for his opponent over their long history together. It's clear he knows exactly how to dismantle the #2 seed. The pressure is mounting for Vortex to find an answer. He puts on a clinic from heaven, shutting down any hope of a comeback for the opposition. A very strong showing from the current ladder leader. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. And honestly, this is exactly the result we wanted to see from the top seed. He's simply taking control of the server right now. Vortex needs a spark here. Catalyst stays comfortably ahead at 8-5 as we restart. His recent clashes with his opponent have been a steep climb. Catalyst is really flexing his muscles with a 9-5 lead. It's becoming clear why he's sitting at the very top of the ladder. Vortex is really starting to put some pressure on the leader, narrowing this gap quite a bit. He just won't go away, surviving a brutal exchange to keep this comeback rolling. He is really finding a way to close these gaps. Catalyst reads him perfectly, cutting him down right as he tries to push out from the ramp. A tough spot for him, especially after those rough results in their earlier meetings. Vortex just completely dismantles him off the box, showing incredible fight tonight. He is refusing to let the lead slip away completely. A gritty exchange on both sides, but the challenger manages to walk away with another victory. The pressure is starting to get to the top seed. What a statement, he's completely wiped out the deficit, bringing this match back to a dead heat. A fast reaction from the favorite to regain control of the momentum. His overall success rate in the league is just a notch higher. Total shutdown there, and now he is just one round away from closing this out. The top seed is really asserting his authority in these closing moments. Game over. Catalyst secures the final kill from the ramp to take the match. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but those few clutch moments where he barely survived were the difference. What a fight. Vortex gets the early advantage here, catching Catalyst right as he stepped up that ramp. Catalyst is moving fast tonight, punishing Vortex for taking that high ground on the toolbox. Vortex is fighting back against the odds here, dealing with the top seed in a very tight exchange. That's a huge swing after the way the previous two maps went. Vortex is putting an absolute stranglehold on this early phase of the game. The top seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. Catalyst answers back from the ramp, staying well within striking distance of this match. The top seed is starting to assert that ladder authority. We are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. Vortex is definitely trying to defy that heavy head-to-head history. Catalyst just wipes him off the ramp to build a 3-round surge. He's looking very comfortable as the top seed in this series. Vortex wins the trade, bringing everything back to a deadlock. He's managing to hold his own despite a rough track record in this pairing. Vortex edges ahead now, holding a slim 1-round lead. He's really turning the tide after those losses on Blame Dunes. Catalyst manages to pull the rug out from under him, quickly cleaning up the window to keep things even. The world number 1 is really showing his quality here. Another clean win from the ramp, and Catalyst is really starting to seize control of the momentum here. Definitely not the result the pre-match odds predicted. We've got a 6-6 deadlock headed into the break. Honestly, Vortex is doing everything right here. He's completely erased a huge head-to-head deficit to keep pace with the number 1 seed. Fresh start for both. Catalyst is looking incredibly sharp, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. Looking like the favorite once again after that strong start. Catalyst makes quick work of him from the wine box, really starting to distance himself in the scoreline. His higher seed is really starting to reflect in his play. He's just taking over this game now, putting together a very strong 3-round surge. Despite the early lead he had, the favorite's overall win rate is showing. Another flawless encounter for the top seed, who's now totally in charge of the pace. He's making the most of that top spot on the ladder. He's simply too strong from that window, extending his run to 5 rounds. Things are looking bleak for the underdog right now. Vortex secures a tidy win to put a halt to that run. This particular map is actually a stronger area for him. Vortex is really starting to narrow this gap, digging deep to bring this game back toward a tie. He's really proving himself as a top 5 talent today. Unreal, he manages to scrape through that chaotic trade to keep the momentum swinging his way. Pure survival instinct on that last clip. Catalyst just shuts him down on the ramp, putting himself on match point. That pre-match expectation is starting to feel a bit misplaced. Absolutely stunning finish. Catalyst closes the door with a perfect final shot to secure the series. He really fought his way back into the conversation, but he just couldn't close that final gap. A solid effort from Vortex to keep the world number 1 on his toes. Catalyst takes a huge advantage with that career 63% win rate over his opponent. But he's clearly dealing with some nerves right now since he just dropped 3 straight maps to Vortex today. It'll be interesting to see if he can find his footing. Vortex is commanding this series with a 2-1 lead. Vortex hasn't have had it easy today with that recent skid. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, taking a comfortable lead early in this match. Vortex is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 3-2 lead. Both sides really are splitting the rounds of this map. Vortex is simply dominating here, moving up to 4-2. Catalyst is playing it smart, utilizing the high ground from the wine to even things up. The overall #1 seed is starting to put his stamp on the map. Vortex has the odds in his favor for this map, but the reality is he struggled quite a bit lately. It's clear that this current lead is a massive departure from his general trend today. We have to see if he can actually maintain this energy. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece as Catalyst fights back. Vortex had the edge in the projections coming into this. Vortex is really stepping up his game today, fighting back to take a narrow lead. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is a complete reversal of the usual outcome. The world #1 is struggling to keep pace with the underdog here. Fresh start for both players. Vortex extends his grip to a commanding 8-5 lead. He's really taking advantage of a shaky start from the top seed. Vortex makes quick work of that, catching Catalyst while he was still tucked away on the wine. A complete flip from how those previous 3 maps went. Vortex is cruising now, leading 9-6. It's a relief to see the top-rated player finally stop that slide. Vortex is just too quick today, instantly shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold that wine position. Vortex just keeps climbing, now sitting at 10-7. A tight battle between the 2 most elite players in our rating. He's showing a lot of heart, putting together 2 straight to chip away at this deficit. He's absolutely on fire, refusing to let the gap widen and securing yet another round for himself. The gap in their current form is practically non-existent right now. Vortex answers back immediately to regain control of the map. He is refusing to let the world #1 coast through this. He's showing incredible grit, completely erasing that lead with another sharp response. Absolutely wild. He claws back another round to leave this series deadlocked. Neither side can keep the lead for long in this one. Vortex shuts this down instantly and moves to match point. Absolutely lethal response to pull back the lead. Unbelievable. He manages to force a stalemate and we are headed to overtime. A pure test of will now as we reset the board. The momentum shift is real as he keeps up this pressure to move ahead by 1. He is looking remarkably sharp in these closing moments. He's simply not letting up, extending this run to 3 straight. He's completely reversed the early narrative of this duel. Vortex shuts him down from the wine and keeps this overtime thriller alive. He just can't be stopped. Catalyst breaks the momentum and puts himself one step closer to victory. He's finally finding his rhythm after those early map struggles. Sudden stand from Vortex, stopping the momentum and keeping this fight alive. We're seeing an incredible amount of fight from the slight favorite. Wow, he just claimed it from the wine to bring this whole thing back to a draw. This fight just keeps on swinging back and forth. Vortex edges ahead and takes a thin 16-15 lead. Vortex is just a hair away from this win, 17-15. A shocking turn of events given the head-to-head dominance we usually see. Catalyst narrows it down to 16-17 in this nail-biter. Sudden surge in confidence for the world number one. Vortex is staring down a massive 18-16 advantage. Exactly what you expect from the slight favorite in a pressure spot. Vortex is surging ahead, now sitting at 19-16. He just refused to let that lead slip away in the clutch. After the struggle he's been in lately, this is a massive statement win. What a fight. A strong start for Vortex, using that ramp positioning to get the opening lead. Vortex is putting a lot of pressure on the world number one right now. It's a shocking start for the top seed here. Catalyst owns a massive 63% lifetime win rate against Vortex. It's a huge statistical advantage that usually secures the series. We just have to see if he can actually close the gap after that shaky start. And just like that, Catalyst evens it up at 2-all. Expectations are shifting quickly since that earlier loss on Italy. He's completely taking over the map now, claiming his third straight round without losing a single point of health. Vortex answers back quickly to bring this series right back to a deadlock. He's really proving he can hang with the world number one. Vortex holds a slim one-round lead as we move on. The momentum from that Italy win is definitely carrying over. Absolute deadlock now, both players sitting on 4. He's really fighting to regain that dominant head-to-head lead. The speed of these exchanges is wild. These rounds are disappearing in a heartbeat. He is simply untouchable right now, claiming another win without taking any damage. He completely controls the map from the ramp, securing his 4th straight victory. He's definitely making up for that loss on it. It's 7-5 for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, the world #1 is safely in the lead. He's putting that 76% map win rate to use, even if it's been a back and forth battle so far. Let's see if Vortex can rally. Vortex picks him right off that ramp to keep his comeback effort alive. The underdog is starting to find a way back into this contest. He's simply refusing to fade, locking in his 2nd straight for a deadlock at 7 all. The initial betting lean toward him is starting to look very accurate. He's absolutely soaring right now, using the Tetris advantage to grab a 3rd straight. A complete turnaround from the first half. Catalyst puts a stop to that run and brings us right back to an even score. The top 4 players in the league are really clashing here. Vortex secures the lead, again picking him off from the ramp with total ease. He is really taking advantage of the momentum shift. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp to get this tide back up again. He's certainly fighting to maintain that #1 spot on the ladder. Unbelievable, he survives that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left to secure the 10. That was an incredibly thin margin to scrape through. Pure chaos. We are deadlocked at 10 apiece. This is essentially the highest level duel possible right now. Vortex secures another commanding point from the ramp, continuing this impressive rally. The underdog is really making a case for himself today. Neither player can get a grip on the series. They're just trading blows in a total deadlock now. He's proving why he holds that top seat on the ladder. Catalyst hits a huge shot from the ramp to push himself to the edge of victory. The pressure is mounting for the underdog to answer. What a finish. He seals the deal by taking Vortex down from the ramp. He just barely managed to hold on to his lead. Vortex really pushed the world #1 to the brink today. What a battle. Catalyst holds a dominant 63% head-to-head win rate against Vortex. It's no surprise the top-rated player in the league is starting strong. We have to see if Vortex can actually find some answers today. What a scrap. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he barely claws out the victory. The 1 seed is putting on a show early. He's just not letting up. That is a perfect start to the match. He looks completely in control despite being the underdog on this map. He's just untouchable right now, scoring another easy point from the box. A rough start for the 4th seed today. What a fight. Vortex barely scrapes by in that chaotic trade to get back on the board. A high-stakes battle between 2 of the top 4 players in the world. Vortex is showing some real grit here, securing another round with a nearly perfect exchange. He's on a tear now, walking away completely unscathed for the 3rd time in a row. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaken. Unreal. He's completely flipped the script, evening things up with an incredible rally. This is a complete takeover. He's now surged ahead with 5 straight points. He's making the ladder ranks seem irrelevant right now. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and somehow he manages to survive with a tiny sliver of health. He is simply refusing to let this lead slip. He's just on fire right now, securing a 7th straight win to head into the break. A massive gap to close before the side switch. Vortex takes a big lead heading into the break at 8-4. I mean, this is a shocking turn of events for the world #1. He struggled to keep up with that huge run of 8 straight rounds. Time for a mental reset. Catalyst uses that high ground to shut down the momentum and bring the game a bit closer. He's looking far more like himself after that opener. Vortex is back in the driver's seat with another effortless finish. The pressure is really starting to build for the top seed. He's just too sharp today, shutting down that minor comeback attempt with a crisp shot. Catalyst is showing why he owns that 65% all-time win rate by hanging in there. Well, it's really a test of endurance now that the momentum has shifted again. He'll need a strong sequence here to keep his hopes alive. Things are really speeding up now, with these last few rounds ending almost instantly. A total shutout as Vortex puts himself on the verge of victory. A really tough spot for the favorite to be in. And that's it. A lightning-fast final blow to seal the series for Vortex. He's managed to secure a massive victory against the world's best, proving that he can definitely hang with anyone on a good day. Catalyst carries a massive historical edge with a 63% win rate against his opponent. But that dominance hasn't played a role in their most recent encounters. The question now is if the top seed can reverse this trend. Unbelievable. He clings to a narrow lead after barely surviving that encounter from the boot. Our ladder leader is certainly feeling the pressure right now. What a statement. He secures a total shutout to get back on the board. A quick response from the higher seed to stop the slide. Vortex is really owning the pace right now, quickly shutting down Catalyst even from that elevated spot. Vortex is just cruising, commanding a huge 5-1 lead. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer today. Catalyst reads him perfectly and just plucks him right off that box. The world number 1 is fighting to find his footing. Vortex has effectively wiped away a massive historical deficit, leading by 4 rounds in this set. It's a complete reversal of the numbers we usually see when these two collide. He's playing with an unexpected level of confidence today. And a clean sweep for the challenger as he continues to pull ahead. He's simply too fast right now, securing another effortless win to stretch his lead. Vortex heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, it's a complete shock. The top-ranked player in the world is looking completely lost against the underdog right now. Time for the big comeback. Catalyst has picked up 2 in a row now, easily taking out Vortex while he was holding the ramp. He's certainly starting to look like the best player in the league. Vortex is just too stubborn. He manages to hold the ramp and puts a huge dent in that comeback attempt. A tough break for the number 1 seed here. Catalyst is really starting to fight back here, converting another win from that ramp. It's a stark contrast to how the number 3 seed has been playing lately. Goodness, that was a complete brawl. He scrapes through the encounter with just a sliver of health left. He's just far too precise in those clutch moments. Vortex shuts him down instantly, putting himself on the verge of victory. A fast reaction to keep the dream alive for the top seed. The gap in their ratings really makes this struggle more surprising. He's still putting up a fight, keeping the match going with another successful exchange. Another absolute shutdown for Catalyst as he continues to storm back into this series. He's on fire, extending his rally to 4 straight wins. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the number 1 seed. What a finish. Vortex shuts the door on the comeback and claims the victory. He really fought his way back from the brink to seal this. Just an incredible display of grit from the number 3 seed. What a battle. Vortex came out swinging to take that first round. But we know Catalyst usually holds the upper hand in this rivalry. Catalyst is putting on a clinic from the ramp, keeping this set perfectly balanced. Tough spot for the #1 seed to be in. Catalyst just really enjoyed that height advantage on the container to grab another round. Things are looking very different from those recent losses on the aim maps. Vortex is playing some tight frames early on and manages to secure that win from the ramp. The best player on the ladder is definitely feeling his confidence right now. Catalyst holds a slim lead as we hit round 6. He's really trying to push back against those recent losses. A real battle of wills on the ramp there, and Vortex manages to come out on top. Vortex is capitalizing on a strong run of form in this series. Vortex is barely clinging to a 1-round lead here. It's a bit of a role reversal from their long-term history. What a statement from Vortex. Simply too fast and too precise to shut down that momentum. Unreal, he survives by the thinnest of margins after an absolute slugfest. That was as close as it gets, just barely keeping his head above water. A dead heat now, both players sitting at 5. An impressive recovery given those 2 losses earlier today. Sharp response from Catalyst to pick him off the ramp and keep the heat rolling. Our current #1 is really struggling to find an answer here. We've got a deadlock at 6 all. Well, it's a very balanced start. Both players are proving they belong at the top by trading massive streaks in a total deadlock. Fresh start, let's go. Vortex edges ahead by 1 in this intense clash. A tough, cup. Neither driver will budge, sitting locked at 7 apiece. It's a total toss-up considering their long history together. Catalyst is really starting to build some serious steam here as he takes a 2-round lead. The #2 seed is really starting to flex that lifetime head-to-head advantage. Vortex shuts that down quickly, cleaning him up right off the ramp to stay level. Vortex is really leaning into his top spot on the ladder here. Vortex holds a precarious 1-round advantage as we continue. That second consecutive round just flew by in a blink. Is completely in control now, putting up another win to keep the momentum swinging his way. Catalyst finds his mark from the container to pull within 1 round. Vortex has the historical advantage on this specific map. What a scrap. He barely manages to survive a brutal exchange to take another round. Absolute nail-biter of a round right there. The pressure is really mounting now, as the gap between these two is virtually non-existent. He's fighting back after those 2 heavy losses earlier this session. Everything is shifting toward Catalyst now as he looks to seize control of the map. Simply too fast, securing another victory from the container to put him 1 round away from the win. Absolute perfection to close it out. He storms through the final rounds to secure the victory. That was an absolute war. Vortex really pushed him to the limit, but Catalyst just barely found the gap to secure this one. What a fight. Catalyst has a huge lead with 656 wins in their head-to-head history. The raw experience is definitely in his favor, but he's currently staring at a tough streak against Vortex from their previous maps today. It'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim that historical edge. Vortex is absolutely dominating with a 2-round cushion. Hard to believe the world number one is stumbling this early. Unbelievable! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he barely clings to life to secure a third straight. Finally, a response from the top seed, taking a clean round to chip away at that lead. Strong showing from him in the server lately. He's refusing to buckle, quickly evening things up with another flawless engagement. A lot to say about those early rankings right now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 4-2 lead. He really knows how to put a fight on today. He's showing a lot of grit, putting a stop to the slide with a lightning fast reaction. Looking at the numbers, Vortex has a 53% win rate here. It's a marginal difference compared to Catalyst, but that familiarity is clearly paying dividends in the early game. We have to see if the top seed can actually pivot and find some answers. Vortex keeps the momentum, extending the lead to 6-4. The gap in their ladder ratings is almost non-existent. What a scramble! He claws through the damage to survive by a sliver of health. Absolute nails on the end of the seat for that one. It's 8-4 heading into the break. I mean, the number one seed is really struggling to keep up. Vortex is completely defying the odds by holding this lead over the heavy favorite. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is just running away with it at 9-4. He's definitely making the most of his current form today. Catalyst secures one, though he's still trailing 5-9. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that 18-15 record from today. He's putting up a fight here, managing to bring the gap down to 3. The number one seed is starting to look dangerous again. He's on fire. That's a third straight win to keep this resurgence alive. The top seed is finally starting to shift the tide. What a brawl! Neither of them would back down, but Vortex just barely outlasts him in that fight. Absolutely clutch survival by the underdog. Vortex is just continuing to push the pace, taking a substantial lead as he closes out this round. The pace has picked up significantly with these last few exchanges happening almost instantly. He's showing why he's currently holding that top spot. He wins the shootout, putting himself just one step away from victory. The pressure is clearly mounting for the favorite in this series. A gritty hold by the top seed, managing to stay composed and secure this exchange. The consistency is starting to return for the world number one. What a finish. He survives on the thinnest of margins to close out the series. He really fought through the blood to secure this one. Surviving those narrow scraps more than once, just an unbelievable effort to take down the King of the Hill. What a fight. Catalyst holds a strong 63% win rate when facing this opponent. Well, it's a clash between the top two players in our rating, but Catalyst has the historical grip on this rivalry. We'll see if he can maintain that edge today. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on early, taking control of the map with a very quick start. Vortex is really feeling the heat after that loss on Blame Orange. Perfect start as he secures another one, putting the lead at 3-0. Vortex is fighting a tough uphill battle for the #1 spot today. He's just too fast today, moving forward with a commanding 4-round lead. He's proving to be a nightmare opponent on this map. Vortex finally gets a touch, popping him right off the Tetris. Vortex is showing why he holds that top spot on the ladder. Vortex is putting up a real fight, shutting that attempt down completely for his second straight point. Catalyst is definitely making the most of his 76% win rate on this map. He's managed to break the streak that Vortex was building, a critical step in regaining his footing after losing their most recent map together. Catalyst is just too sharp, pulling the trigger fast to knock Vortex right off the Tetris. It is a tough afternoon for the current #1 player. He's not going away quietly, managing to claw another one back. Both players are trading quickly now, keeping this set tight. Greedy exchange from the ramp as he secures another point for himself. The current world #1 is starting to wake up. We head into the break, tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a deadlock right now, but Catalyst is still playing to the level we expected from him. Both players are trading blows in a very tight contest. Let's see who blinks first. He manages to secure the edge from the ramp and keeps the momentum shifting in his favor. Looking completely comfortable as he claims this lead. He just completely shut that down, extending his lead with a total shutdown of the round. He's completely taken over, securing the kill from the box to keep this roll going. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. He's refusing to crumble, answering back with a crisp headshot to narrow the gap. He's certainly not shaking off that 13-10 loss to Seraph. Vortex catches him right off the ramp as he continues to dig himself out of the hole. He's definitely finding his second wind after that earlier struggle. He walks away completely unscathed, proving he's still very much in this match. The pressure is definitely ramping up for both of them. He converts that from the ramp, putting a real dent in his opponent's lead. This is a tough spot for the higher ranked man to be in. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit, leveling the score with another perfect round. He's completely flipped the script in just a few minutes. He takes another one, showing incredible resolve to reclaim the lead. This is a huge moment for the current top seed. He is putting the pressure back on, securing another huge point to reach match point. Absolute insanity. He survives on a sliver of health to shut out the match and complete this epic comeback. He just completely stole the momentum when it mattered most, overcoming an opponent who's usually his kryptonite. A gutsy way to close it out. What a match! Catalyst has a commanding 63% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's an impressive track record, but Vortex is clearly feeling confident after taking 2 of their last 3 meetings. We'll see if those recent results can outweigh the long-term trend here. Vortex is putting on a clinic with those reaction times, just erasing him from the wine. We are deadlocked at 2 apiece. It's anyone's game. Vortex might be the top seed, but the pressure is on now. Catalyst just edges ahead, holding a slim 3-2 lead. The world #1 is looking a bit shaky. It's a total stalemate right now. Neither of these two is letting the other pull away. The top seed is proving far too stubborn to shake. Catalyst manages to stretch the gap to 4-3. Tough spot for the best player on the ladder. Catalyst is playing like the better man today, despite his overall rating. He's certainly making the most of that top 5 rank right now. It's a complete turnaround from their earlier sets today, where the momentum swung heavily in the other direction. Catalyst is really pulling away now, leading 6-4. He's proving he can handle the pressure of this high-stakes encounter. Catalyst is putting on a real display here, completely taking control of the match. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's simply doing exactly what people expected him to do today. He's leveraging that lifetime 63% head-to-head advantage to keep things steady. Time for a clean slate. Wow, what a fight. He barely scrapes through that one and continues his climb back into the game. He is truly refusing to go down quietly. Catalyst holds onto an 8-6 buffer as we reset. Vortex is refusing to let the game slip, shutting that window instantly. He's clawing back into this series, bringing the score completely level. Vortex is playing with a ton of grit right now. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange by a hair to claim a 3rd straight win. That was a sheer nail-biter of a closing sequence. Catalyst answers back immediately, bringing this series right back to a deadlock. Catalyst regains the upper hand, just 1 step ahead. The world #1 is starting to feel the pressure. A lightning fast reaction there to bring the score level at 10 all. Both players are completely locked in right now. Catalyst uses that vertical advantage on the Tetris to pull ahead again. This is the kind of high-tier precision we expect from the top 4. A swift shutdown there, putting him in a desperate position as he fights to stay alive. He's truly making a case for that top 5 placement. Absolutely wild finish. After a brutal scrap where both were nearly spent, he shuts the door to take the series. He just couldn't close the door on him when it mattered most. Vortex really fought through the mud here. He had to work for that. Catalyst historically dominates this rivalry with a 63% win rate over their career. He's coming in as the favorite today, but that huge gap in experience hasn't translated to early success on this map. We'll see if he can lean on that history to flip the momentum. Vortex secures another one from the box, extending his lead to 3-0. Hard to believe our top-rated guy is this out of sync right now. Absolutely crushing. He's simply too fast for the veteran right now. The top seed is putting on a clinic right now. Simply untouchable right now. Grabbing his 5th straight round without taking a single hit. Catalyst finally answers back from the box to break that run. He's usually the favorite when these two meet. Looking back at their history, Catalyst has an overwhelming 6'5" to 388 lead in head-to-head wins. Well, it's a massive disparity, but Vortex is really proving that those numbers don't mean much in a live duel. He just needs to find a way to kill this momentum before it gets too late. Vortex is firmly in control at 6-3 right now. It is a complete toss-up tonight with both of them at 19 and 17. He's showing plenty of grit here, keeping the pressure on to tighten this series. He's finally starting to put some pressure back on the lead. Vortex holds a commanding 3-round edge at 7-4. Vortex looks every bit the top-rated player in the server right now. It's an 8-4 lead for Vortex heading into the break. Honestly, the underdog is making a serious case for an upset right now. He's playing with way more confidence than Catalyst is. Time to shake things up. Catalyst strikes back, bringing it to 5-8 now. He's definitely fighting the odds on this specific map. Vortex is just relentless, stretching this to a 9-5 lead. The current number 1 on the ladder is playing flawless. These last few rounds have been a complete coin flip. Neither one can hold a lead for long. He's certainly showing why he's rated so high. He's putting up a real fight now, erasing any trace of an opponent with a lightning fast response. He is absolutely on fire, picking up another round and completely shifting the pace of this map. Unbelievable. He has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to tie things up at 9. The momentum has completely shifted into a new gear. What a scramble. Both players were nearly empty, but he manages to scrape through with just a sliver of health. The number 1 seed is proving he belongs at the top. Vortex just won't let him breathe, clearing out that high ground to put another round on the board. The world number 1 is really finding his stride. Catalyst holds his ground on the box, proving he's not backing down in this chase. He's fighting with everything he's got to stay in this series. A lightning fast reaction there, and now Vortex is just a single round away from the victory. Absolute perfection from Catalyst, shutting the door on that round to keep his hopes alive. What a recovery. He forces this into overtime with a spotless performance. Neither side is giving an inch tonight. The pace of these exchanges is incredible. These two are essentially playing at the speed of light. An incredibly fast exchange to seize the lead. He secures a huge victory from the box, bringing this overtime battle to a dead heat at 30. An incredible display of resilience to seize the lead and push the score to 14-13. A huge swing of momentum to put him in the driver's seat. He's completely taken over this match, shutting down any hopes of a comeback with another lightning fast kill. That's an incredible level of precision to close things out. Vortex manages to hold his nerve and keep this battle alive. A huge step toward equalizing the tally. He's back on top, equalizing the series and putting himself one step away from the win. That was a huge read to claw back into a dead heat. Vortex barely edges it out, leading 16-15. A total stalemate now. Catalyst and Vortex are deadlocked at 16. Vortex sneaks ahead to take a 10-17-16 lead. He's certainly proving why he holds that #1 spot. Vortex is pulling ahead, putting him up 18-16. Vortex is playing some scary high-level Counter-Strike right now. Vortex is practically untouchable, extending his lead to 19-16. Just a sheer battle of wills to the very end. He really fought for every inch of ground to shake off that historical dominance. He had to work for that. Catalyst holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 657 wins over Vortex. It's a massive mental edge to carry into this set, and given how close their ratings are at the top of the ladder, that confidence could be the deciding factor here. A total shutdown, putting him in complete control of the early match. It's a tough spot for the league's top-rated player. Vortex puts up a strong answer here, taking the round with a crisp shot. We're seeing exactly why the rating gap is so thin between these two. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that trade, but he manages to scrape through with a sliver of health. Vortex stays aggressive and secures another quick kill to keep the pressure on. Catalyst is putting up a solid showing today with a 19-17 record across his matches. That consistency is starting to look like a real problem for Vortex as the gap widens. If he keeps this pace, he'll be looking at a very quick path to the finish line. He's refusing to go away, shutting things down quickly to claw back into this game. Complete control. Now that's 3 straight for Vortex to pull this series completely level. Coming off a tough 11-13 loss to Zonic, he needs a spark here. He is simply on another level right now, moving toward a huge lead before the break. The underdog is definitely making a case for himself tonight. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Well, it's a surprising turn of events given that Catalyst entered this as the heavy favorite. The higher seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Time to see if Catalyst adjusts. Catalyst closes it to 6-7, finally finding some footing. A huge battle between the top two on the ladder. Total deadlock now with Catalyst tying things up at 7-all. He's showing incredible grit, reclaiming the lead as the momentum continues to shift. A completely untouched finish as Vortex quickly regains a 2-round advantage. He really looks like the stronger man right now. He is absolutely on fire, extending this surge to 3 straight as he puts more distance between them. Catalyst manages to secure this from the ramp, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle despite that strong start to his day. Another clean burst from Catalyst, showing a lot of heart as he narrows the gap. The momentum is swinging back toward the 50. Absolutely terrifying speed from him. He's just completely erased that deficit to force a draw. He's just totally taken over the map, extending that streak to 4. The momentum shift is undeniable as the favorite regains his stride. Absolutely crushing it now, moving into the final round with a huge head of steam. Vortex is really struggling to find an answer today. Unreal. Vortex survives a chaotic trade by a hair to keep his hopes alive. A gutsy play to keep the pressure high. And there it is. Catalyst shows incredible resolve to climb back and seize the victory. Vortex really pushed the pace today and almost broke that historic dominance. It's just a shame he couldn't close out those final rounds. Hard-fought win. What a scramble. Vortex manages to clear him of the Tetris, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Vortex is looking extremely sharp right now, simply refusing to let Catalyst get his feet under him. The momentum has completely shifted. He's just taking over the map right now. He's showing some real grit here, digging in to get back on the board. The favorite is finally starting to show some life. Vortex is playing incredibly aggressive, taking that ramp position to shut things down quickly. His overall edge in this rivalry isn't showing yet. He's refusing to go away, erasing any damage and closing the gap to a 2-round deficit. Catalyst holds a massive historical lead over Vortex in their long-term rivalry. It's a bit surprising to see him trailing by 3 rounds given how he usually dominates this matchup. He really needs to find some stability before this slips away. A brutal exchange of fire, but he manages to stay alive to bring the score to 3-5. He's fighting a tough battle against the odds right now. A completely untouched exchange as he continues to claw back into this game. That's the kind of pressure he usually puts on his opponents. Unbelievable, he's fully erased that deficit to tie things up at 5-all. It's a complete toss-up heading into the final stretch of the half. What a read. He just picks him off the ramp to hold the line. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. Catalyst holds a narrow 7-5 lead. Honestly, he's just playing his role as the favorite perfectly. He weathered a tough mid-half slump and now he's back in control of the pace. Time for the side swap. Vortex just shuts him down and cleans him right off the Tetris to keep this close. Just 2 players at the very top of the ladder clashing here. Absolute deadlock now with both fighting for a 7-7 lead. He's really stepping up to the #1 player in the world. He's completely shut down the opposition, putting together a powerful string of 3 straight rounds. Rarely do we see this much struggle from the world's top-rated player. He just walked right through that one, keeping his cool to square the series at 8-8. Everything is completely reset as we head into the final 5. Vortex is really pushing his advantage now, swiftly picking Catalyst off that ramp to take a 1-round lead. Vortex is really fighting back against that long-term head-to-head deficit. He secures the win from the ramp, showing impressive tenacity to level this series at 9-9. A real nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. Vortex is just refusing to budge, using that ramp advantage to keep his nose ahead. He's showing an incredible level of consistency across these different maps today. He just clears him off the ramp without taking a single point of damage. The nerves are absolutely frayed for both of these players. Vortex is playing a dangerous game of leapfrog, refusing to let Catalyst stay on top for long. Vortex puts an end to that rally and is now just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is truly defying the projections here. He's just not breaking a perfect sequence there to bring this a bit closer. He's finally finding some composure to stay in the fight. What a finish. He seals the victory with an absolutely clean shot to close it out. He really stepped up to the plate against the world #1 today to keep his head while the momentum swung back and forth like that. It's just incredible. What a series. Catalyst has dominated this rivalry historically with a 63% win rate over 1,000 matches, but that long-term lead hasn't translated to recent results between these two. It looks like Vortex is finally starting to bridge that gap in their latest encounters. Catalyst is really capitalizing on that height advantage, making it a very quick win from the Tetris. What a scramble! Vortex barely scrapes by from the ramp to level things up at 2-2. The top seed is proving just how dangerous he is right now. Vortex had the advantage on that ramp, but Catalyst just reacted a split second faster to take control. Unbelievable! He barely survives a brutal exchange to bring the score back to a dead heat. Vortex now holds a slim 4-3 lead. The world #1 is looking incredibly sharp today. Catalyst manages to drag himself back into the driver's seat here, knocking Vortex right off that boost. Vortex takes a strong hold of the boost here, extending that lead to 6-4. The world #1 is definitely feeling confident right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He barely walks away from the fight, holding onto a tiny sliver of health. The top seed is capitalizing on his current high water mark. Vortex is edging ahead, sitting at 6-5 now. It's a tight battle given he's facing the top-rated player in the league. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it is a huge surprise to see the underdog ahead on a map where Catalyst usually has a 68% win rate. He is definitely putting the pressure on the favorite right now. Fresh start. Let's go. Catalyst looks much stronger from that ramp, successfully closing the gap to a single round. Both players are grinding out a massive day in the server. Vortex has managed to pull off 21 wins over the last day, and that confidence is really starting to bleed into this specific set. He's effectively neutralizing the higher win rate Catalyst usually brings to the table. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the momentum shifts. What a nail biter! He manages to knock the favorite off the Tetris and survive by a... He is seriously living on the edge today. Catalyst cleans up the ramp here, showing some real grit to stay in this thing. He needed a result right there to stop the slide. Oh, a total deadlock on the ramp, but Vortex comes out on top in that one. He's showing why he currently holds that top spot on the ladder. He's showing some real persistence, clawing back into this match. Just a rapid exchange to keep things interesting. A brutal trade of fire there, but he keeps his cool to secure another round. He's really starting to put some pressure back on the leading side. Vortex is moving closer to the finish line, managing to shut down that high angle completely. He puts a perfect burst into Vortex on that ramp to keep this rally alive. The momentum is shifting just as we expected for the league leader. Manages to dig deep and force a total deadlock at 11-11. Just another result to remember from their last 5 maps. Vortex finds his target on the boost, putting himself one step closer to victory. He's showing a huge amount of nerve in the closing stages. Unbelievable resilience. Catalyst manages a perfect outplay between the two boosts to force his stalemate at 12-12. What a way to force this deep into the final stretch. He's just relentless, holding the ramp and fighting his way back to a lead in this series. tough break for the underdog to lose his grip right now. Another clean shot from the Tetris. And now he's firmly in command of this overtime stretch. Huge response from Vortex, picking the opposition off the box to keep this series alive. He's found another opening, putting himself just one step away from a huge victory. Just a lightning fast ending to that round. Absolutely incredible. He manages to dig deep and secure the final round to take home the victory. He really had to fight for every inch of ground in that overtime set. Vortex was playing out of his mind, barely hanging on through those low health scares. He just couldn't find that final breakthrough. He really earned this one. Catalyst is coming into this as the clear favorite with a strong history in their head-to-head matchups. It's interesting to see him struggling on this particular map where his win rate drops significantly below his usual standard. We'll see if he can adjust his positioning and claw back a lead. Catalyst is really taking control here, using that ramp to put some serious pressure on Vortex. It's a battle of the two absolute best on our ladder. He's absolutely rolling now, taking a third straight without taking any damage. Vortex recovers with a sharp shot to knock him off the ramp. It's a tight battle between the top two on our ladder. Vortex is starting to find some gaps in the defense and is really putting the pressure on now. Vortex is proving why he is currently rated just 1 point behind. Catalyst just gets the better of him again, using that container for a great vantage point. A real battle for the top spot of the ladder. Catalyst leads the head-to-head record with 659 wins over Vortex. It's definitely giving him a psychological edge as he starts to put some distance between them here. We'll see if Vortex can shake that feeling and turn the tide. Unbelievable. Both were almost out of health, but he manages to scrape through to extend the run. That's a massive swing from his recent form. He's just completely outclassing the competition right now, securing another flawless exchange. Catalyst holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite should. That 5-round stretch really shifted the momentum in his direction. Vortex needs to wake up now. What a fight! He barely survives with a sliver of health after holding the ramp. It's a toss-up when you look at the rating difference. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 10-4 cushion. A truly elite display from the world #1 today. What a scramble. Vortex just barely clings on and manages to pull that shot off from the ramp. He's definitely showing that his rating is practically identical to the top seed. What a chaotic exchange! Both players were shredded, but he manages to pull through. He's just outlasting everyone right now, surviving a complete war of attrition to keep this row going. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, picking up a 4th straight win to bring this close. He's completely erased that early deficit. Absolute dominance now from the ramp as he earns his 5th straight win. The momentum has completely flipped from the start of the second half. That was an absolute brawl. He barely manages to walk away from that exchange. He manages to put a stop to the slide. Vortex keeps the pressure high, refusing to let his opponent pull away. This level of resilience is exactly why he's a top-tier competitor. He shuts the door on that comeback attempt and is now just 1 step away from victory. Vortex holds his ground on the container to keep his hopes alive. He's fighting a tough battle today after that 13-10 loss to Prism. Unbelievable! He digs deep to survive the exchange and forces a tie going into overtime. Both players are fighting for every single pixel tonight. What a statement. He absolutely destroys his opponent from the ramp to take total control here. He's completely seized the initiative in this final stretch. He is simply outplaying his opponent right now, extending that run to 4 straight wins. He's really capitalizing on this second half surge. Huge stop for Catalyst, picking him up from the container to hold that slide. It's wild how closely matched these two remain, despite that massive total game gap. Vortex earns a hard-fought win here, keeping his momentum high as he moves to a 15-13 lead. He's looking a lot sharper than he did against Prism. What a result! Vortex puts an end to it right here, taking the map with an incredible comeback. He's finally shaken off that head-to-head curse and claimed his first big victory over the top seed in a long time. What a series. Catalyst holds a massive lead in their lifetime head-to-head, winning over 60% of their encounters. It's a heavy psychological advantage, but he's struggling right now against the #1 player in our ratings. It will be interesting to see if those historical numbers still carry weight today. Vortex just completely shut that down, catching him right as he tried to play the high ground. Vortex is trailing by 2 and needs a response. Surprisingly, the historical edge isn't favoring the top seed today. Catalyst is just dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. His recent matches against the best on the ladder have been incredibly close. Vortex is refusing to go away, digging in to cut the gap to 2. Vortex is proving why the odds were so tight heading into today. Unreal. He nearly lets it slip, but clawing back with just a sliver of health keeps this rally alive. The confidence is shifting rapidly with each round. And he's back. Even Vortex pulls off a brilliant sequence to tie things up at 4-4. A clean snap from Catalyst to regain the lead. That's a strong start to the day for both of these guys. Absolute precision here. He's outplayed the opposition to force a complete deadlock at 5-5. Both of these guys are refusing to blink as we head toward the mid-game. Vortex keeps the pressure on, grabbing another quick round and taking the lead right before the switch. A really strong push into the half for him. We're looking at a 6-6 deadlock moving into the second half. I mean, it's a very balanced start, which really fits how close the numbers were for this pair. Both look sharp today. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst edges ahead, just barely claiming a thin lead. He's looking to erase those recent losses in their most recent series. What a scrap. He barely makes it out alive with a handful of health to tie this up at 7-7. Absolutely gutsy to secure a win while fighting through that damage. Vortex completely shuts down that approach and takes him off the box to reclaim a lead. He is just seeing through him now, securing another effortless victory to extend this run. He's just outclassing everyone right now, securing his 4th straight to pull ahead. The gap in the rankings is starting to feel very real. Finally a break in that momentum as he fights his way back to within 2. Still trying to bridge the gap between his placement and the top seed. He's simply too sharp right now, securing another fast exchange to stay in control. The higher seed is really starting to flex those muscles. He's showing a lot of heart here, keeping his composure to stay dangerous. He's fighting hard to keep this from slipping away. Another flawless burst for him, refusing to let that lead slip further. Just can't be stopped. That's 3 on the bounce to bring this whole thing back to a dead heat. Completely untouched response from the top seed to put him on the verge of victory. The top seed is finally finding an answer for the aggression. What a battle! He manages to hold his ground and force this whole thing into overtime. Absolute chaos as they head into this final stretch. He's refusing to quit. Clawing back another round to keep the pressure on. A cold way to wrap up the regulation set. That was a total war of attrition, but he manages to scrap his way through to make it 13. Pure grit on display as he keeps this series alive. Simply an incredible display of willpower as he takes control of the map. A quick flash of brilliance from the higher seed. Vortex keeps climbing, refusing to buckle as he forces a total deadlock at 14-14. Frantic pace to the finish as these two fight for every inch. Huge swing here, and Vortex has completely seized the momentum to put himself on match point. He's practically untouchable right now. What a conclusion. Vortex storms back to take the entire series. He really played the long game here and finally got the better of him.